the time is 7 o'clock, and I see that we have a council quorum. So before we begin, I would like to ask the town manager to read the disclaimer. And I also want to say that we now are requesting that everyone who is not speaking to please mute their video and their audio, so there are less distractions for everyone. And when you are called on to speak, please then show your video. And with that, I will turn it over to the town manager to read the disclaimer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder to everybody that this meeting is being recorded. So we will post this on the town website and send it out via email when this meeting's completed. And we'll also post it on the town's YouTube page. For folks, as the mayor said, I'm pinning the council and mayor so that they should hopefully pop on everybody's screen. You can also help us organize by muting your own microphone and stopping your video when you are not making a specific comment. If you would like to make a comment, there's a couple of ways you can indicate so. One is to use the raise hand function. The other is to use the chat function. The chat is currently enabled so that you can send a message to the host of the meeting, which is myself. Your comments will not be visible to the rest of the participants, but will be acknowledged, and you will be given an opportunity to speak during appropriate public comment times.
Neighborhood there.
Let's see. I think we have a couple of people that still need to mute their phone, their microphones. So if you could just please make sure to do so. And otherwise, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
And I think you explained that the chat is disabled.
That's right. Folks have the opportunity to chat, but it will be a direct mess. It serves as a direct message to myself.
And we also would like to request that everyone please name themselves, because this meeting is being recorded. And as we do with in-person meetings, we ask people to sign in, and that's the way you are able to sign in, because we need to have a record of who's attending. And as you know, unfortunately, we were Zoom bombed once, so we're making every attempt to tighten up the security and also make the presentation as impactful as possible. So we will now begin with our public comment period, and I will ask the town manager to call on any resident or guest that wishes to make a comment or ask a question.
Yes, there are two residents who have indicated that they would like to make a public comment at this time. First up is Kumar Vaswani,
the chair of the Public Safety Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Matt. And I'm actually appearing just as a resident on Trent Street. It's about the procurement policy, which is on the agenda for tonight. And I just wanted to say, I submitted written comments, which I hope you received. Just real quickly, I think the version that's in the packet is a good start, but I think it needs some further work by the town attorney and the town manager. Just in a nutshell, it lacks some important provisions, such as limiting how sole source bidding is handled. There are some terms that need to be defined, and I hope the council will delay action on it tonight to give the town attorney and town manager some time to refine it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And are you going to be available when that agenda item comes up?
Yes, I will be. I didn't know if you were allowing public comment on that.
Yes,
portion, so.
that's an item that has a public hearing attached.
Okay,
So
thank
yes,
you.
absolutely. And yes, the council did receive your comments. So thank you very much. Matt, is there anyone else who wants to speak?
Yes, next up is Carrie Wofford.
Is this the right time to talk about pickleball, or I'm supposed to wait until it's on the?
Well, if you are not going to be able to be here when the item comes up, you're welcome to make your comment now.
I can wait then, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair of the Tennis Committee. Mr. Town Manager, anybody else?
One more, it's Esther, I believe Esther Finkelstein, perhaps? Is that right, Esther? You have your hand up, but you're muted at the moment. Okay, Esther, if you can hear me, feel free to send me a message in the chat and I can make sure that your comment is heard and read aloud at the appropriate time when that item is being considered.
Oh, yeah.
So that's it for comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. And again, everyone, if you're not getting ready to speak, if you could please mute your video, because we're trying to create less distraction for everyone. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda as presented. Is there a motion? I see Councilmember Barr. Is there a second? I see Councilmember Heller. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you very much. We will now go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? I see Councilmember Heller and I see Council President Servo as the second. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
I see everyone voted yes. Thank you. And now we will move to non-consent agenda, and we will start with the building permit application. Today is February 7, 2020. This is a hearing before the Town of Somerset Council to consider an application submitted by Chris Conlon of CM Conlon Contractors and Builders Incorporated for the demolition and construction of a new single-family home at the property located at 5506 Trent Street. The application includes a variance from section 112-14C3A of the Somerset Code, which provides in pertinent part that all new building construction must include a stormwater drainage plan that provides for the storage for all runoff from all rooftop surfaces. The applicant is seeking a variance of 652 cubic feet. This hearing is being audio recorded. We ask that all speakers speak one at a time, addressing the council when called upon, and to state their name and address for the record before making public comment. The hearing will observe the following order. First, the Somerset Town staff will present their findings and submit for the record a report on the application under consideration. Next, the applicant will present their application. Following that, the Somerset Town Council will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, staff, or other interested parties relevant to the application at hand. Next, other interested parties will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant or present comments to the council. Next, the applicant will have the opportunity for rebuttal testimony, after which the public comment period of the hearing shall be completed and the record closed. Finally, the council will deliberate and discuss among themselves the merits of the case, the findings of fact, and conclusions. The council may make a motion on a permit decision. The town attorney will be asked to write a decision, and the town manager will be asked to issue a permit with the conditions voted on by the council and enumerated in the town attorney's decision. We now begin this hearing with the presentation of the Somerset staff findings and reports. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I hand it over to our building engineering consultant, I'll just give brief background. The applicant began review at Montgomery County in November of 2021 and submitted a completed application with the variance request to the town of Somerset on January 12th. The applicants have met virtually with the town's engineering consultant and have reviewed stormwater management and building requirements with the town staff. Just as a reminder to everybody that's watching or listening in, the town implemented a new stormwater management and drainage policy in December of 2021, which is now in effect. And as the mayor stated, the ordinance requires all new construction to contain all rooftop drainage up to 2.6 inches and to install permeable driveways. This is a different calculation than that is used by Montgomery County, whose stormwater calculations are based on the percentage of impervious lot coverage. Upon meeting with the town staff, the applicant agreed to install pervious pavers for the driveway to meet that code requirement. The device ESD calculations to compute permeable driveways means that would contain 147 cubic feet of water if built to Montgomery County code requirements, which would reduce the overall variance request from 652 cubic feet to 505 cubic feet if accepted by the council. Montgomery County does not recognize the permeable paver as a stormwater attenuation device and actually recommended against its installation due to the slope of the property. In addition, the applicant has agreed to implement grass swales on the property. If grass swales, the grass swales do not at this time impact the stormwater drainage calculations, however, but would direct water away from neighboring lots and towards the town right of way and town street. The town received 14 emails relating to the application before the council, all of which object to the granting of the variance at this meeting. Several residents have requested the council defer action and require the applicant to amend their plans to adhere or more closely adhere to the town's stormwater guidance. One resident has also raised objection to the applicant's request to remove a healthy tree within the footprint of the proposed house. One resident sent a copy of their letter to the council on a local listserv, which included several prescriptive measures that would help bring the proposal into compliance. That message has been sent to the council and made available to you. Among those recommendations were the removal of the rear patio and the installation of stormwater attenuation devices, a rain garden in the front yard, and potentially green roof device. With that, I will turn it over to our building engineering consultant, Doug Lohmeyer.
Hold on one second. Mr. Town Manager, is our town attorney not here?
I sent him a message. He is not here at the moment.
Because I think we need to wait until he comes. Mr. President, don't you think we should defer this until the town attorney is present?
Steve, you're muted.
I think it would be advisable if our town attorney could be here, as this is the first time we're going to be applying our new rules.
Are you coming to the meeting? Okay, do you want to call in? Okay. So why don't you call in and then you could figure out maybe while you're calling in what's happening with the computer. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, everyone, I just talked to the town attorney. He was having trouble logging in. So he's going to call in, and while he's listening, he will attempt to hook up to the Zoom with the video. So Matt, are you still there?
Yes.
So has Ron called in?
Not quite.
Should we hear from the town engineer while we?
Well, I think it's important for the, yes, why don't we hear from the engineer? Because I think that he's reviewed, he probably has
That'd be
reviewed
great.
the report. So, so Doug, are you ready to make your report?
Yes, good
Thank
evening.
you.
The application proposes to demolish the existing house, construct a new house at 5506 Trent Street. Montgomery County issued demolition and building permit on February 1st, 2022. Montgomery County Building Permitting Services approved the Stormwater Management Sediment Control Plan on December 16th, 2021, which waived the requirement for on-site stormwater management due to site constraints. A stormwater variance application for the town's requirements of on-site stormwater management has been submitted. A copy of the Potomac Valley variance explanation has been enclosed in your packet. The new house will include a two-car attached garage on the right front side of the house and a covered porch at the front of the house. At the rear of the house, they propose a covered porch, a patio, and 2 HVAC units. A new driveway and apron will is proposed on the right side of the lot, and retaining walls along the left and right property lines proposed. Existing driveway on the left side of the lot will be removed. Dumpster and temporary toilet will be located on the property during construction. Parking plan for 3 vehicles parked on the west side of Trent Street was submitted with the application. Site plan indicates the established building line is 27.9 feet from the right front property line along Trent Street. Front of the proposed house will be set back 28.5 feet from the front property line. Proposed house will be located 9.2 feet from the left and right side property lines. A 35-foot setback is proposed for the rear of the house to the rear property line. Covered porch will be located 22 feet from the rear property line. All setbacks exceed the town's minimum house setbacks. The main roof height will be 28 feet, which complies with the R60 code. Site plan indicates proposed lot building coverage will be 2,230 square feet, or 26.9% of the lot. The site plan proposes a swale between the house and the left and right retaining walls, which convey the runoff from the lot towards Trent Street and away from the adjacent neighbors. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Is that the last staff report, Matt?
Dr. Feather, the town arborist, also has a report that was included for the council. Dr. Feather is actually on vacation, so he's not able to join us until 7:30, but I can present his report in the meantime if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Sure. Let's see. So, Dr. Feather has taken a look at the proposed property that is included in your packet. You'll notice that there's 3 trees that are being requested for removal and 2 trees that should be preserved. 2 of the trees, which are flowering cherry trees, mature flowering cherry trees, one kind of towards the middle front of the property and the other towards the very bottom right if you're looking at the property, cannot be protected from the new driveway and the grading for the new driveway. And in addition, there is a spruce tree that is located in the lower left-hand portion of the proposed footprint of the house. There are 2 trees in the rear property, a small juniper and a magnolia tree that can be preserved and are outside the construction zone, so should be able to be preserved. So Dr. Feather is requesting that the applicant replace both of the flowering cherry trees with new cherry trees, and in addition that a new canopy tree be planted on the property. He's recommending an oak, maple, or a black gum. And he has indicated to me that he will be able to join on at about 7:30 to answer specific questions.
Okay, excellent. So we will, will you announce when he arrives? And
Yes.
I see that our town attorney has arrived. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry you had technical difficulties. Now we will ask the applicant to make a statement, comment on the report, or provide any information they would like on their application. And could the applicant please identify him or herself and his or her team?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm Chris Conlon. I'm the president of CM Conlon Contractors and Builders.
And can you open your video?
Oh, I thought I did. I apologize.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I also have Shane from Potomac Valley Survey should be in this meeting to answer any of the stormwater management questions and the testing we've done. As far as the tree preservation suggestions, we are in agreement of what Dr. Feather had found. And beyond that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Council President Circo, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. The first is for the town engineer. I'm trying to understand the stormwater management calculations. And our town code specifies that we need to handle 2.6 inches of rain in a 24-hour period on the roof. So when I multiply things out with a proposed roof of 3,009 square feet, we need to contain 652 cubic feet of water. I don't understand their calculations at all. They seem to be referring to a graph that has no bearing on our code. So I didn't know if our building engineer has any comments or thoughts there.
My understanding is that a green roof has to be on a flat roof. It cannot be on a sloped roof. There's no way to retain the water. A lot of office buildings, industrial parks will provide green roofs because they have flat, where they can put a parapet around the outside, collect the water, and slowly release it. So the reason that they're not providing is because of the slope of roof. It's a conventional peaked roof for a residential house.
All right. Apologies, I did not ask the question well. I'm trying to understand the calculations. The applicant says they need to contain 631 cubic feet. But when I look at the size of the proposed layout, which I'm looking at right now, a proposed roof of 3,009 square feet, and I refer to our code, which says we need to contain all of the roof runoff in a 24-hour period with a 2.6 inches of rain, I come out with a requirement to contain 652 cubic feet. I do not understand their calculations. They refer to a table that has no bearing on our, does not seem to come from our code. Have we reviewed their calculations?
I
I believe
believe
that
that
would be a question for the applicant's architect and engineer.
I believe maybe Shane with Potomac Valley can answer that one.
Okay, that'd be great.
But I
can
do,
speak
I
to that.
believe that their calculations are for the Montgomery County waiver that they received.
Okay, okay, thank you. Is that correct?
That's
from the applicant?
correct.
Okay,
That is correct. I hope you can hear me okay.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, he was correct. So that's how you calculate the stormwater management for Maryland and for Montgomery County. It's an overall of your site, not just the roof area. So it's your land area, and then you use the percentage of your lot coverage to find what's called the RV, and then that's in a table, and then that gives you the PE number that you have to calculate with. So that's how we come up with the 631 cubic feet that would be required under the ESD for Montgomery County.
Okay, thank you
But the way
very
you're
much.
calculating it with 2.6 times the roof area would be correct if you were calculating only the roof area.
Right, okay, thank you. I noticed that the application says there's basically no way to contain any of the runoff because of conditions on the site and the size of the construction. So for the applicant, did you consider modifying the home design so you could put a dry well in, for example?
Is the question
Well,
for
I'll
the
let
app?
Chris-
Yes,
We cannot place dry wells. The soil is pure clay. It will not perk. A rain garden has no outfall for an under drain, so it's not an option. And the slope of the lot is also, I believe, we can confirm this with the engineer, is too steep for dry wells.
okay, thank you. I think hopefully this is the last question. I want to give my colleagues a chance. But I know that various residents in Somerset have actually replaced portions of their yard with soil to enable them to have rain gardens, to address the issue of clay, because clay is a common problem in the town. So is there any reason why you could not replace some of the soil on this lot?
Shane could answer that better, but I believe the issue with the rain garden is there's nowhere for you need an outfall pipe, and the topography of the lot does not allow for that. There's no way to put an under drain to drain that water. It would just sit and pond in that clay.
So I'm saying, but if you replaced 9,000 square feet of clay with permeable soil, would that be possible?
Shane, can you answer that as far as the rain garden?
Yeah, I had not heard of anybody replacing soil just for stormwater management. Dry wells have to be in 50% cut condition per the MDE manual. So digging up the soil just to replace it to put a dry well in would not be something that I'm familiar with based on that manual.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mentioned, so if you had a different type of a bioretention or a rain garden that had an under drain because of your unsuitable soils, there's not enough vertical difference on the lot to build that depth of the facility and then daylight the under drain.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barr.
Yep, thank you. I did look at your calculations and they look to be indeed based on the county worksheet, which is, I think, what you just said. And I went over it using our own stormwater code because it's the first time that, in fact, we're using it. And I have to say that we're not yet fully doing all the things we should be doing to help applicants with the new stormwater code, and that's coming over time. But I took the total roof area, which is the roof plus the other structures, comes to a bit over 4,000 feet, square feet, and then used the USGS calculator for a 1-inch storm, the 2.6-inch storm, to see how much water was generated for that. And it comes out to around about 900 cubic feet of water, not 600 plus. So what that's saying is that 900 cubic feet of water are coming down then and have to be managed at some way, somehow, preferably on the lot, rather than channeling along Trent Street and into the storm drain where they'll do damage to our creek and to all structures, all creeks, rivers, and estuaries further on down. So what do we do? The green roof won't work, you just told us. Permeable driveway won't work either because the slope is too steep. Is there nothing else that can be done? In fact, members of the Stormwater Committee have been teaching me that there are a whole lot of other things that can be done. Some of them very inexpensive, and some of them you're doing. You're putting a grass swale in, and that's a start. Probably grass is not the best thing to put in the swale. There are some other plants that can go in there that have deeper roots and will absorb more water, but that's a very simple fix and not really of too much concern. On the driveway, you might want to look at a 2-track driveway rather than an impermeable driveway, which again will give you some ability to absorb some water. It won't be terrific, it'll be a bit. You'll do that. And those are both very simple fixes. But there are other things you can do. One of the systems that's now in use is a passive underground system that's suitable for clay soils that basically catches the water and then redistributes it. So it basically makes the soil permeable in essence by nature of this system. And I know they've been using it at airports to manage their stormwater successfully, where they've got clay soil too. And it is certainly a system that could be considered. Now, one of the concerns over that is that might only operate on flat land. I'm not sure how well it operates in slopes, but it's a possibility. There's also things like rain tanks, which you must have heard of, that are both above ground and underground, which are storage devices that can be used regardless of the soil type and could help to get that 900 cubic feet reduced further. There are rain barrel systems that also can be used, and you can connect those to a slow hose, a drip hose, and into conservation landscaping, which is yet another thing you can use with clay soil. There are many native plants around here that do well in clay soil, being that we have clay soil and we have native plants growing in them. That's pretty clear. So what I'm trying to say is that you can do a whole lot better in managing this great volume of water that will come down off this property. And I just want your reaction to all that.
I am not familiar with the underground storage system. And if you do store the water underground, you're inevitably pumping it too, because it would fill up quickly.
It distributes the water. It doesn't store it.
Does not store it?
No.
That has never been proposed, so I'm not familiar with that one. I know we have rain barrels, and again, they fill up quickly, but they are an option and they can take up some of this water, which I'd be happy to put in. Beyond that, some of the other systems, I mean, right now we're dealing with a lot that is fully clay and probably has almost an equivalent runoff of what we're building. There's almost no water being absorbed there now.
The part of the problem is, and this is not just on this house, this is happening all over Somerset, is that when you're taking down a house that is built in the 1950s, the way that stormwater is handled there is it goes into the wastewater system through, the same system that you flush your toilets into. And so none of that water is actually landing on Trent Street at the moment. And that's true, as I said, for every new house that goes in. So when a new house goes in under the current standards, which send the water into the storm drain system, then a whole lot more water then comes onto the street to get into the storm drain system. That's why so many residents are very concerned. It's not so much that a whole lot more water is being generated, it's that it's appearing on the street. Now, with that said, nevertheless, the county code and the state rules are that let's manage it on the land, it's what they're saying. And so let's try to do that. And that's why I brought up all the systems that are available to manage it on the land.
I have not heard of anything other than an areaway drain going into the wastewater system. What the roof outlet?
It is, I mean, I could show you my own house built in the 1950s, which doesn't go into the wastewater system. It was in 1968 that the rules changed. And from 1968 onwards, houses were built with aiming at storm drains. But before 1968, they went into wastewater systems. And that's the way the older houses are.
The gutters and downspouts are going into wastewater? Because this has lighted downspouts. So the current house is not dumping into the wastewater system.
Well, until I changed my own house, the wastewater pipes ran directly into a drain outside my basement, which fed into the wastewater system. And on my own money, I directed that outside instead, which goes eventually to a drain outside. But as I said, so unimproved houses, they go to the wastewater system if they're built in the 1950s.
Okay. Okay. I apologize. I'm not familiar with that, but this is daylighted. Currently, this house is draining onto the street, driveways draining onto the street, and the gutter and downspout system is daylighted onto the grade.
Okay. Again, however, the idea is to manage more water on the property. That has been the standard for 12 years. You're not doing that. There are ways to do that. And you've agreed that you can put in rain barrels. I'd ask you to look at rain tanks too, because they actually can manage more than rain barrels.
Is it, Shane, can you address the rain tank? Is that even a feasible option on this property?
I mean, you can have a rain tank underground, but then the issue just comes that, you know, it's going to be the same volume of water is going to be pumped out, but over a longer period of time. So the same, you know, 900 cubic feet or however we're doing the calculations just for Somerset here would still show up on the street just shortly after it rains rather than during the time that it rains.
But that is a much better system. If it's going out more slowly, which it does do from the rain tank, then that is a much better distribution than it rushing out as in a rainstorm. So that is very much an improvement.
Well, I mean, that would be dependent upon the velocity of the discharge from the pump, but the flat grass swales would be pretty slow water coming off the site.
They are, and it is a good system to the grass swales, but they won't by themselves capture a significant volume of water. I'm saying additional help from a rain tank, and they have gravel bottoms now, which does slow them down as well.
Well, but I would be concerned with the gravel bottom on a clay soil. That water is not really going to go anywhere. It's still just going to sit in that tank. And also, I mean, I 100% understand what you're saying, and DPS is against these rain tanks. I've had to do it on one project, and you thought we were trying to pull teeth to get them to approve it, even though it's in the county manual. So
I understand the county permits office is not happy with rain tanks. There are other counties that are happy with rain tanks. I do not know why our county office behaves that way. However, they are used in other agencies. And we certainly are appropriate for our town, I believe. I'll stop there anyway, I've made my points.
Is that a possibility, Shane? Is it even something that's viable on this lot?
I think it would be pretty close to the screen porch or the patio in the back, depending on the actual tank size and what configuration you bought it in. And then, depending upon what setbacks were required for that tank from structures, it may not have enough physical space.
And presumably conservation landscaping is possible on the property.
I'm going to defer to Shane for that too, because they engineer this stuff every day.
Well, I mean, we can certainly prepare a landscaping plan, but there's no real calculation to show how many cubic feet landscaping would pull out of that rainfall.
Right. Yeah. Some would, we just don't know the number.
Right. Yeah, is it 10% or is it 80%? It would probably depend on how recently was the landscaping wet from the previous rainfall.
That is true. Yeah. Okay, I mean, on to the next council member.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Heller.
I get, this code is new for us, and I'm wondering if you understand our new code.
Are you asking me as the applicant?
I'm asking, yeah, I guess so, you or Shane, I guess I'll start with you.
I mean, I certainly understand it. I think it's burdensome and somewhat impractical for specific lots when you're dealing with 100% clay lot that has these specific slopes. I'm perfectly willing to manage stormwater. We build numerous homes a year, and I've been doing it for the last 33 years. And anywhere we can manage the water, we do so. And I've tried everything possible on this that makes any practical sense. I'm sure if there was an unlimited amount of money to be spent, you could probably get a few more cubic feet out of this. But we've gone back and forth over the engineering period in this and looked for every possible option. That's why the county did a waiver, because the county is forcing a similar code on us. They want the water kept on site if it can be. And I have no problem with it. I agree with it, but I don't know what else we can do here.
I understand that the house you've designed is giving you a problem concerning our code. So does that mean you might have to redesign your house? My guess is you could build a house on that lot that could conform to our code. Am I right?
I don't believe so. The soils and the slope are the issue. If the house was smaller, reduced, I don't know what else. It's the topography and the soils, and I'll refer to Shane too on this, that are causing the issue. And those are two things I can't change. I don't know that I'm creating more impervious would change anything with the stormwater management.
I just wonder if you built a smaller house, and maybe you could do it, because this code, we worked really hard on it, and it's really important to this neighborhood. And I think you're going to have to find a way to meet it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kumar.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, and this maybe the town staff can also clarify, is the basis of your variance the letter that we have in our packet? I think it's from your firm, Shane, that says we explored the following options: dry wells and microfiltration, no above ground facility, permeable paving. Is that the starting point for why you're seeking the variance? Is the reasons enumerated in that letter?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So in that letter, you say dry wells and microfiltration infiltration trenches are unsuitable due to setbacks from the foundation, property lines, utilities, and steepness of the grade. If you don't mind, you've somewhat touched on all of that, frankly, in the in your answers to earlier questions here. But if you don't mind walking us through each of those four. It's setback from the foundation, property lines and utilities, and steepness of the grade.
So for dry well and micro infiltration trench, the setbacks are similar, so we can just use them as interchangeable items, if you will. So they're
Fine.
not separate items, okay? So you want at least 15 feet setback, and I'm going off of Montgomery County's standard. We can use the state standard or whatever you'd like, but we're in Montgomery County, so we use that. 15 feet from an in-ground foundation, okay? 5 feet from a property line, except the right-of-way can be 0 feet, so it can go all the way to the right-of-way line. So if you just add those two together, you have 20 feet that you need space to even think about a dry well. So obviously that's going to exclude both side yards that are at 9 feet, 9.2 feet. Then that would leave potentially the rear yard. However, the rear yard is uphill from the back of the house. So you would not be, and so then the existing slope, that's where then you start to get into looking at the slopes.
Wait,
And the
before you go
manual-
there, just on the setback, sorry to interrupt you. Just trying to take it bit by bit. On the setback, how many more feet would be helpful to you to have to be able to make something feasible?
Well, so in addition to the setbacks, you have to look at the soil quality, and in this particular case, we have clay soil.
Just on the setback as one of the reasons. How much more?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the side yard, you would need 25 feet to have a 5-foot wide dry well, right? So 15 feet off the foundation, 5 feet from the property line, and then whatever width you wanted your dry well to be, 3, 4, or 5 feet. So.
Okay. And then you started talking about the steepness of the grade. If you can say more about that as one of the reasons why.
The manual says that dry wells should not be in proposed or existing slopes greater than 15%. So that makes the backyard near the property line unsuitable.
And
Because
is steepness of slope addressable in any way?
Perhaps in a downhill condition, but this is an uphill condition, so there's not anything we'd be able to do going uphill.
Okay, and then the other reason was setbacks from foundation, property lines, and utilities. So it was setback and steepness. You don't mention here soil condition.
Well, if it fails the first two tests, the third is sort of irrelevant. If
So
there's no space and it's not a suitable practice, then the soils wouldn't necessarily matter, but in this case, they are clay.
Okay, and then in the same note, you then explain unable to use permeable paving on the driveway because the driveway is steeper than 5% slope and or within 20 feet of the foundation. Yeah.
State manual states the 20 feet of a foundation and 5% or flatter for permeable paving as a stormwater management practice.
Okay, and however, just to be clear, you have then gone back and reconsidered the permeable driveway.
I'll let Chris speak on that, but my direction was the town required it to be permeable regardless of its slope.
The town engineer, I had several conversations with Doug Lohmeyer, and he said that that is the town's code. And the feeling is you need to comply. And I said, that's fine. I'm happy to put them in, although it's less effective on that slope.
Okay. That's, those are all the questions from me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rovak.
So to get away from the stormwater for 1 second, I'll come back. But I had a question about those cherry trees. So why do the cherry trees in the front have to be removed for the driveway?
One in the driveway.
Well, can't you just keep the existing driveway and keep the trees then?
The driveway is on the property line and would not align to a garage. The existing driveway, it's also a downgrade driveway. We were trying to make it more level coming in and thought we would improve drainage around the house by removing that driveway, so we'd have the swales.
So the house right now does not have a garage.
It does not.
And so you have to, so do you have to take them both out? I mean, is there a way to save one?
Can you answer that, Shane? Because
Yeah, I'm not our resident tree expert, but the impacts to the 8-inch cherry, which is the one not in the driveway, are pretty significant, both from utility construction for the new house, the water and sewer and gas line. In fact, the gas line from our available records runs right underneath of that tree. So you're going to be digging there to connect the gas for the house, the water and sewer to the properties right of that tree. So you're going to damage significant portion of its root zone during construction. So it's better to just remove it, you know, and as was mentioned earlier, to place a new tree.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the character of that street is like these amazing cherry blossom trees that like line it all, and to remove it to put, you know, a big driveway and a new, you know, garage.
Councilmember Robick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but perhaps you might want to ask that question to the town arborist. And has he arrived?
Unfortunately, not yet.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it just, you know, it's sad to lose two trees like that for, you know, this, but anyways. So moving on to the stormwater management. So now I hear what you're saying. You're, I guess I'm confused. Like, due to the soil, are you unable to put in dry wells because of the soil, or are you unable to put in dry wells because of the space?
so there's two things. We can't put them in the rear because of the upslope. The soils are definitely an issue. And given the side yard space, if we complied with the spacing for dry wells, it would reduce the width of the house down to, I was trying to do a calculation here quickly, down to about 22 feet, I believe. If you went from 18 feet to 50 feet with your side yard setbacks combined.
And then what about like in the front of the house? Can you put in dry wells like over there?
I believe there's slope too. Shane, can you address that?
Yeah, that's correct. The slope off of the lead walk is too steep. The existing slope is right at the borderline, although in some areas it's a little bit too steep. You also have utilities again coming through there where, you know, that's unfortunately where they exist, not where we're placing them. The gas line is where it was placed, you know, prior to this project. So we have to tap in where it is. So that creates an issue.
And what about the patio in the back? Like, is the patio in the back set to be permeable?
The issue that I see with that is introducing that much water that close to an in-ground foundation on soils that have substantial clay content. The water would follow the least resistance down through the pavers, through their subbase, down through the overdig and into the foundation, potentially, or into the footer drain, and then it's just pumped out the sump pump constantly.
So what about like, what have you considered removing the patio or cutting down the size, or, you know, making some more, like, how do we find more permeable space on this lot so you guys can contain more of that water? Because that's our, you know, that's our town code now, is that you have to contain the water.
I think
Well, a 20-foot setback from the rear of that house, if we had passing soils, would still put the dry well far enough back that it's in a slope that's too steep per the state manual.
also, I think that what we keep missing is we're dealing with clay. There's really nothing, the soil is barely taking water as it is.
Right. So, I mean, I guess that, you know, back to like kind of what Steve was saying, which is that it sounds like you are able to change the topsoil and to kind of reconfigure the soil so that you can have a more permeable surface.
When you say change the topsoil, digging down a foot or two would only create a 1 or 2 foot swimming pool of mud because there's nowhere for that water to go.
Well, I guess that like, I'm just trying to, I mean, it's not, I don't know what to do because I'm not an engineer. But I do know that, this footprint is certainly much larger than the footprint of the existing house. And you're going to be creating a lot more water than the existing house has. So, I would challenge, you guys as far as like what else can be done here? Like, is this just it? That's it? This is all that can be done? Or can you look at other things like maybe not having your porch be so big, or maybe cutting down the patio, or, doing some other things that, you might not want because you want to maximize every inch of the space to sell, but might be better for, our town and what we've established to be the code.
Can you answer that, Shane, as far as any other options? Because I believe we've spent quite a bit of time prior to this meeting.
Yeah, we have spent quite a bit of time going through all the options in the state manual and in the Montgomery County manual. The state manual has a couple of things that the county manual does not. Just like I've said before, no space for an in-ground facility because of the setbacks in the soils and the slopes. As far as the increase from the existing house to this proposed house, we're only increasing the runoff based on Montgomery County's drainage calculations, 23%. So the increase in impervious area is not 100% or 150%, 20%. So, if the patio went away, that's, 1-2% that we're talking about.
Well, and part of the reason why we set up this code is because it's like, if you take 20, 23, 25% from you, and then the next door neighbor does 25, and the next door neighbor does 25, all of this water is running off into drains that can no longer handle it because they were established and built, in the early 1900s. So, it might not be 25 might not seem like a big deal to, you on this particular plot, but it adds up around the town. And that's what we're trying to avoid moving forward is we have to put a stop somewhere. Like we can't just continue on this path. We're going to be all underwater in not that long, based on the storms that we've seen lately. So,
I'm sorry, not to cut you off. Most of those storms were not one-year storms where you see the significant rainfall and the significant flooding. And so that would be outside the realm of what your code and what these calculations show.
You mean that they're more than the one-year storm?
They would be 2s, 5s, 10s, potentially even 100-year storms.
Right, and they keep coming and they keep coming more frequently.
Correct.
The code wouldn't address those major storms, regardless of what we do on site. You can never manage that amount of water.
Right. But if you start from a place that manages just the one-year storm, then you're certainly going to start off from a better place than before. Does this house now get water in their basement? Do you know? I
don't know. I've never really spent any time in the house, to be honest with you, but I don't think so. Somebody in my office is telling me they were there and they didn't think so.
And does this house, does it drain into neighbors' yards as well?
It currently does.
It does?
Yes.
So how will that be rectified then for the neighbors? Like
so the retaining walls, there's retaining walls on each side of the lot to break the grade, and they direct all the water to the front via flat grass swales. As a matter of fact, click over to my plan view here. So they're coming around from the back in a defined swale around the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the house through grass swales directed toward the right-of-way. So both neighbors are actually receiving less water than before.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to a second round of questions for the council. But in the meantime, if any resident or guest would like to make a comment or ask a question of the applicant, if you could please put it in the chat to Matt or raise your hand, because we want to be organized about the input from residents and guests. And also, could I also remind anyone who isn't speaking to please mute your video. We got a lot of requests that from participants in past meetings that it's very distracting for them. So thank you for your cooperation. So Council President Circo, do you have any further questions of the applicant?
A couple of follow-up questions. Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question about the driveways. So when I look at the application package, in item 2.2 of our packet, which has the drawing of the lot and the lines and the trees, is called enclosure 3. I see a new driveway that's wider than the current driveway and goes straight to the 2-car garage. But in 2.7, I see a narrower street entrance driveway that expands into a double width driveway as it approaches the garage, which is correct.
The narrower driveway is correct. Town code only allows for a 10-foot apron.
So the narrower driveway that goes into a double width driveway closer to the garage
Is correct.
Okay. And I know our town engineer talked about it, but I didn't quite understand. So perhaps you can explain why, what is the constraint on having a flat roof with a flat green roof? I know that's not your design, but what prevents you from making that your design?
First thing, they're just water nightmares. We don't live in an area where we have a hard freeze and thaw. So we get a heavy snow load and a freeze up there. It tends to work its way under the flashing and roof material. It's not something that I've ever been comfortable building anything flat, especially with snow load.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Barr, do you have further questions?
Yeah, this has come from a resident indirectly. I see a dumpster in your plans. Have you applied for dumpster permit?
I'm asking my office one second. No, but we certainly can.
You should, obviously, yeah, if you're going to use a dumpster. The other point that was raised to me was there's a fire hydrant on 5504, which is very close to 5506, in fact, the hydrant. Does your parking plan take into account that there's a fire hydrant there?
Yeah, I believe it does.
Okay, thanks.
Is that your last question? Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. Council Member Heller, do you have further questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kumar.
One quick follow-up. Thank you, Ms. Slavin. This is for the applicant. If you received a exception to the setback requirements, would that create sufficient space anywhere on the lot for you to build some of the methods you mentioned in your variance application, dry well, infiltration techniques? I think you somewhat answered this already, but just to be 100% clear, would that create, assuming soil is a non-issue, if you received exceptions, would you have sufficient space to build those, address, sort of implement those techniques that you mentioned in your variance application?
Are you saying if we place a drywall closer to the foundation?
No, I'm saying that under what conditions, if you came to the council or made a new application and sought an exception to the setbacks, where you could build further away from the foundation, closer to the outer edge of the lot, would that give you sufficient space to implement the techniques that you mentioned in your application? I don't believe it does from what you mentioned earlier, but I'd just like you to spell that out clearly if that is not the case.
Yeah, I don't believe that would change anything. And then obviously soils make it a moot point too.
Assuming soil is not an issue. Shane, can you explain that more precisely in terms of potential measurements?
Well, the reason for the setbacks from the foundation is to keep the water from infiltrating back into the basement. The state manual is 10 feet from a foundation. Montgomery County manual is now 15 feet. They've revised that down from 20 feet. But again, on this particular property, anywhere we have an in-ground foundation where the state manual's at 10 feet, and so is Montgomery County for dry wells or infiltration trench, we would have the same problem with the side yards being 9 feet and then the rear yard being into the steep slope up the hill from the house.
Okay. I may have a question for the town staff. I don't know if Doug, if you can help us understand the sort of lot constraints, or Matt, building on what Shane just shared.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you expand it a little bit?
I'm just wondering, there are multiple reasons why these techniques cannot be implemented. One of the main reasons is the space that's available. And I'm wondering, assuming soil is a non-issue, are there ways in which you can address the space? Are there exceptions that can be made? Is there a way to maximize the space on the lot?
Not that I'm aware of. The county, like Shane said, the county and the state have set minimum setbacks from these structures because of the way to prevent water from seeping into the house and on the neighbor's property. I don't know of any way to get around them in order to provide some water management, except reducing the size of the house. And again, that's when the soils become an issue.
Got it. Matt, Ron, any views?
Yeah.
I'm just doing a drawing. I think I understand Councilmember Kumar's question, and that is basically the required setback for one side of a house is 8 feet from a side property line. So the question, Mr. Shane, is if you were to get a variance from the side setback, just say for purposes of argument, what if that side setback on one side was reduced to 2 feet? So now you have an extra 7 feet to work with on the other side. I still don't think it works based on my rough drawing here, because you explained you'd need about 20 feet.
That would not work, because you'd take the 7 and add it to the 9, and that would get you to 16, but you need to be 15 feet from an in-ground basement and 5 feet from a property line.
Thanks, Ron. Thank you, Shane. That's it for me, Mayor Slater.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Rovak, do you have further questions?
Well, so I guess what if you were to take away the covered patio and the porch? I know that's not ideal and that's nothing that you guys want to do, but if you were to remove that, could you put a dry well there?
It would still be too close to the back of the property, back of the house. And again, we're no matter where we can place them, even if the lot was double the size, we're still dealing with failing soils.
So, and then what about like attenuation devices that could catch some of the water to slow the rate of speed to the street?
I think the one thing, and we could certainly implement a few of these, would be rain barrels. And we've used them in the past. People have to want to drain them. It's a little bit impractical if somebody's not willing to maintain them and keep them slowly draining, or use them for watering in the summer. But that's certainly the one thing that works in my mind to slow some of this down. Do you have anything else, Shane?
No, rain barrels are really the thing, but they, they're small. They don't take a whole lot of volume, and as Chris mentioned, if they aren't drained, then the next time it rains, they do nothing. If they freeze in the winter, they do nothing. So they fail almost as often as they work.
Yeah, could I say something about them, because they actually have improved the designs. What they are now rain barrel systems. They're connected at the bottom of the barrels so that each barrel drains as the water flows. They're connected to a drip hose, which feeds into usually conservation landscaping, a rain garden, if you can put in a rain garden, so that the water is constantly flowing out to the conservation landscaping. Therefore, they are constantly drained. You want in your conservation landscaping evergreens as well as standard plants so that the landscaping functions in wintertime. So they are doable, they are effective, and they need very low maintenance.
Can I just add quickly in terms of rain barrels? Doug, do you recall, I believe we did a calculation on how many rain barrels would be required on the property to retain all of the water?
Yes, the Maryland Code, Section 5 on rain barrels has a chart they come in 60 and 90 gallon barrels. And for every 100 feet of roof, it would require 2 60-gallon barrels or 1 90-gallon barrel.
And this is a 3,000-foot roof.
Right. You don't want the
So-
rain barrels to
You
handle.
need about
all of
48
Yeah,
barrels.
that was my point, I guess, is that the rain barrels could be an incremental improvement, which is, I think, maybe to Councilmember Rovak's point, that even if we don't get to 100, there could be some incremental progress. But I only wanted to make note of that the rain barrels themselves, you would need, what's the math on that? 30 90-gallon rain barrels on the property. No, wait, is that right? 30 90-gallon rain barrels on the property to retain all the water.
That seems like a lot. So what if you were like, how much is the patio? Like how much cubic square feet does the patio take up that could free up some of that water?
Shane, can
Pull
you?
that up for you? Yep. Click over to my other drawing. So my plan shows a 225 square foot patio, so 225 times 2.6. And then generally when you calculate stormwater management, you multiply an impervious surface by 0.95 because some water will evaporate. So 225 times 2.6 times 0.95, and then you divide that by 12. That's 46 cubic feet.
Of water out of the 600 and something that is not being able to be covered, right?
Correct. Correct.
So, okay. Yeah, I don't have anything further. I think that, it just would be great to like go back and really, I hate that expression, sharpen your pencils, but, really look at what can be done here to take that 25% down to lower. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We will now open the floor for public comments and questions. We ask that those making public comments, please be respectful of the council's time and keep all testimony and evidence relevant to the application at hand and not be repetitive. I note that the council has received email testimony from 14 residents who have objected to the council granting a variance at this hearing on various grounds, primarily raising concerns relating to stormwater management. The town manager has indicated that 4 residents wish to speak. So we would ask you to limit your comments or questions to about 3 minutes because we have a full agenda tonight. And I will ask the town manager to call on you. And when you're called on, please unmute your video.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first up is Julie Greenberg.
Hi, I'm Julie Greenberg and I live on Fallston Avenue. I'm going to talk about the tone and the sort of perspective that I'm gleaning from responses here. We're aiming, we didn't just change our code, we also are trying to change a mentality. And I am not hearing in the responses from the applicant, the mentality we're out to achieve. And I understand, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot all weekend because this is a really tricky situation. It's a tough problem to try to handle the water. It's sort of the worst case scenario. Nonetheless, if I could sort of play act what I think I, as a builder and applicant, would do if I were in this situation with this town, with these demands, this is what I would do. I would say, I will try to shrink the amount of water coming off this lot so it is no more than what is coming off now. And I will try to check out any kind of regrading I need to do to achieve that. I think there are terraces that I have seen built on homes with the front yards of the same degree of steepness of slope. And in fact, one of those terraces, and it's right on Dorset Avenue here in Somerset, and we can show it to you, has a rain garden right in the terracing. I would check out conservation landscaping. I haven't heard you say what you need to say, which is if conservation landscaping would be better than a lawn, we're going to go for that. If I will check out rain tanks in Arlington County, because maybe I don't know the latest on use of rain tanks, because Montgomery County and Maryland are not endorsing them and pushing them, and maybe things have changed. So I'm going to check them out. And if there's a way to put a rain tank there, I'll remove the porch and the patio if I need to make the room for the rain tank, because I understand that this community wants me to do everything possible. And I want the people who move into this house to know that they are welcomed by a community that is not being inundated by all this water. So I don't have the confidence that this perspective has been sort of internalized yet. And I really don't have the confidence that you're breaking out of the confinement on techniques that Montgomery County and Maryland have imposed on you. And understandably, you're working within them. You don't need to, but we're trying to break out of those. So I would appreciate if the town steps back and does another little bit of consultation, sharing discussion and the cost of this, possibly going to an organization that Sarah Morse knows more about, a town resident, Design Green, that is on the forefront instead of in the back trenches on what can be done on really, really bad stormwater management problems. So I urge the town to take the time here to really be judicious and far thinking. And I ask the builder to try to see this from our perspective. We're asking for a different approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you call on the next person, Mr. Town Manager?
Yes, next up is Kathy Picard.
Unmute.
Good
Kathy.
evening, council member. Can you unmute your video, please?
Kathy, are you still here?
Yes, I am. I am still. Oh, okay, there I am. That was very loud. I'm Kathy Picard and I live on Dorset Avenue. I want to get to the swales that you were talking about. If they're going to be swales on either side of the property, one thought I had would be looking into treating those swales almost like a canal, such that it's a series of terraces and each terrace is flat. And then it's filled with biomaterial, and then it's landscaped with conservation landscaping. I have a major swale on our property. And I've often thought, and it serves to direct the water certainly across the neighbors, and it does absorb some because we put bioswale soil. We dug down 8 feet and then we put bio plantings in it. And I would, in looking back on it, I think this terrace idea, which I've seen in many locations, especially in Delaware, actually, where it's terraced and it's flat, each little terrace, like the canal lock, the biomaterial is put into that square or that rectangle, and it is planted then with conservation landscaping, and it does soak up some water. So I would suggest looking at those swales very closely. Grass is as good as putting down concrete. It absorbs nothing. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Town Manager.
The next person who indicated they wish to speak is Valerie Green.
Thanks, Matt. I got my question answered.
Okay, I saw that you had lowered your hand, but I didn't want to skip over you. Next is Julie Abrams.
Great, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Town Council and Mr. Conlon, Shane. I would like to, I'll be brief. I think Julie Greenberg reflects the opinion of many residents, and I would urge you to take her opinion seriously. I would suggest that the council not vote to approve these until we found a way to address the stormwater management, which we not have the current design and the current iteration does not do. There are, as Julie mentioned, rain tanks and I think in Arlington County injection systems and reconsidering the design. So I would strongly urge Mr. Conlon to do so and the council as well. I'm very familiar with that topography. I live on Trent Street, 4 doors from this. I understand it's a very sloped street, both coming from Surrey onto Trent and then heading downward on Trent in terms of water volume. I'll focus, since Julie very well addressed the stormwater management issue, the tree removals. I have to say, Mr. Conlon, to be very candid, I've lived on Trent Street almost 20 years. The cherry trees there's 2 per lot. They're most mature, they're beautiful. It's a dreamy place to live for that reason. And I was honestly rather offended that you just assumed those trees could be removed, as could the spruce, for your home design. Generally in Somerset, I would hope the trees are not removed unless they're dead, diseased, or endangering people or property. So I would suggest that I would prefer if there is a way that the trees can be maintained, the current 18-inch and 12-inch cherry trees and the 11-inch spruce, all of those would take about 10 to 15 years to grow back to that size. And I don't see the reason to do that. I would also say that trees are a stormwater absorption workhorse. They can absorb 100 to 150 gallons of water per day if they're mature and have a tree bed. Those are all mature trees. And so they should really be maintained on that property. And I would really encourage, I think we're all aware of climate change. They can also absorb a lot of carbon, particularly mature trees, that in designing houses, I would appreciate if this can maintain any healthy trees on the property and not remove them. Thank you very much for your consideration. Over.
Thank you. Next person, Mr. Town Manager.
Next up is Sarah Morse.
Sarah, I think you're muted.
Am I there? You cannot start your video because your host has stopped it. Is that correct?
Matt will.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to find, there we go.
Start my video. Sorry. Hi, I'm Sarah Morse. I live on Dorset Avenue. I am also the executive director of the Little Falls Watershed Alliance. We are an environmental stewardship group for this area, which is the Little Falls Watershed. Our creek is called the Little Falls Branch, and it is the name of the Little Falls Watershed. It flows right to the Potomac and then to the Chesapeake Bay. And I am a victim of flooding from my neighbors. I have that clay soil. I have French drains, I have dry wells, and I have permeable driveway. They have served to stop the water. So I'm not that afraid of the clay soil. I've also done a lot of installations in this area as part of my work in that clay soil, and we seem to make it work. But I'd also like to take a moment to remind the developer that there's another victim of the stormwater runoff, and that's our Somerset Creek. The town WSCC just completed a major renovation where the sanitary system has broken under the creek because of erosion. They did another restoration down by the pool. They did another restoration down by the pool. They did another restoration down by the pool. I added up once, it was over $1 million in restoration fees. And the reason that we do this restoration is because stormwater runoff is blowing out and polluting the creek and eroding the banks. The National Academy of Science calls it the only leading source of pollution for the Chesapeake Bay. So along with obligation and to our residents to prevent the cross-lot flooding, we also have an obligation to the bay. And when you say this is only providing 25% more water, I just like to echo what one of the council members said. Those 25% adds up, and a real victim will be our creek and the environment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last person, Mr. Town Manager?
That is the last comment.
Okay, thank you. So now the applicant has the opportunity to present rebuttal testimony. That is testimony that has not been introduced previously and that directly responds to the public comments presented. And we really would encourage you to respond to the questions and comments of the residents, because it will enhance the ability for the council to make a determination tonight on your application. So, Mr. Conlon, would you care to respond?
There was numerous points made, so I'm trying to think of which one to respond to first.
We'll take your time.
I'm more than happy to look into other opportunities for stormwater management. And I know it was brought up that we should think out of the box or leading edge stormwater management practices. We are also charged with warranting and building safe structures. And I'm not comfortable putting in practices that are experimental, new, or unproven in soils that we know are not going to absorb the water. So unless there is something approved by the state or the county, we would have no way to defend ourselves if that system fails once we've built the structure. The trees on the property, well, the spruce tree, for one thing, was somebody's probably Christmas tree, which is tight up against the home to where you can't even look out the windows. The spruce tree is obviously, regardless of what you would do, the spruce tree would come out. If the house was maintained as it was, I believe the original owner said they had to take it out. They planted it, their son planted their Christmas tree in the lot 30, 40 years ago. The cherry trees, obviously we need a driveway, but the other cherry tree literally has the utility lines running below the roots. I'm happy to maintain it. I'm happy to put bigger cherry trees back. I love them. We're property in Kenwood, which also has the same cherry trees. But we are proposing planting new cherry trees and reforesting or putting trees back on the lot. So we've agreed to all of the suggestions from Yorktown Arborist. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any other questions you have. I do feel like we spent time. This wasn't a haphazard effort, and I'm more than happy to comply with any stormwater management. I just don't think there is a very good answer to this, or we would have come up with it, I believe.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So this concludes the public portion of the hearing. The record is now closed. The council may now discuss and deliberate on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and may vote on the application. And I will now turn it over to the council president to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very interesting building application as a first exercise of our new stormwater ordinance. The thoughts I want to share with my colleagues, and I look forward to hearing their feedback too, is first, the applicant actually did not perform the calculations in accordance with our stormwater management ordinance. They used the counties, which is indicative of, I guess, what the stormwater issue is, and indicates that the new house would create more runoff than the existing house. And they indicate that the total storage required is 631 cubic feet. The storage provided is 0 cubic feet. So they're getting a county waiver, or applying for a county waiver of 631 cubic feet. I think this is unacceptable. I think there are alternatives. I think Shane made a good point. We're not architects. We're not stormwater management experts. But those individuals and companies exist, and I believe the applicant could tap those resources. Also, like to note, is a little disappointed that the calculations apparently are based on one drawing of the house with one arrangement of driveways, as opposed to the driveways that they're actually going to use. So I do not support the applicant. I guess we go into Robin. Or does anybody have any thoughts on what I said first? Sorry, we'll move this along. Robin?
Okay, yeah. I'm going to vote to defer this to our March meeting. I'm looking for particular changes in the application. I think an overall goal in the stormwater management plan should be to have less water going to the street than the current house. That doesn't mean you got to manage 900 cubic feet. It means that you've got to reduce by 93 cubic feet from what you are doing. Probably a rain barrel system going to conservation landscaping would be enough to do that. I believe you should move from a grass swale to a planted swale that will absorb more water than grass, and you can certainly get help from landscape designers on that. Going to require a landscaping plan also, that you can consider the value of terracing in that landscaping plan. If you think it's useful, put it in. And also you should put in a permit application for a dumpster. So that's the set of things that I'm looking for as I defer consideration to March.
Thank you, Robin. Sorry, without being in the room and looking at the order, I can't remember who is next.
I am.
Thank you.
Go. I want to seize on something that Julie said. Julie said that we have to change the mentality of how we are going to approach building houses and stormwater management. And I think it's our job to change that mentality. I think we have to make it happen. Unfortunately, this application before us, maybe it was, house was designed before they understood, what was going to happen here with our code. But I don't think we can let this house go with the stormwater management they have planned. My gut is this house is too big and they'd have to make it smaller. Or if not, they have to hire some consultant who can come in and really teach them how to change this property so it can contain the water, the way it needs to be. But I know I can't support this application as it is. So let's make it our job to change the mentality for builders that come in here and know what's important to Somerset, and let's stick by our code. And that's where I am.
Thank you. Then I think we go to Kabir.
Yeah, I think this is a tricky lot, no doubt about it, and presents sort of a challenging first pass at the stormwater ordinance. I don't have a clear sort of set of recommendations for the applicant, but if there are indeed techniques that they haven't explored yet, like Robin listed, I think it might be worth for them to try and explore them and have them come back. But the question remains, I think there are two dimensions, right? There is the size of the lot. So the question is, if you wanted to make the most of some of the techniques, you would need to change the design of the house to get the most out of the size of the lot. That's what it seems like. And then the other question is the actual soil. It sounds like there have been some methods where those can be potentially mitigated. It's not clear to me if those were fully tested or explored as part of this variance application. So to the extent that both of those dimensions are revisited, it might be worth for the applicant to explore those before they come back for another application to the council. That's where my mind is. But it's a tricky lot. It is a small lot. It's a weirdly shaped lot from what it looks like. So, and I want to acknowledge that, that they did take steps to install the permeable driveway. So I appreciate that they took steps in the direction of our town code.
Thank you, Kabir. Shannon?
Yeah, so I think that, like Kabir says, all of the lots are going to have a little bit something different. Like, unfortunately for all of us, it seems like the clay soil is a big factor. But, this, in order to change the mentality, like Julie says, is we have to think of as a town. And, there's already a house on this lot, the house on the lot can stay as is. I mean, there's just going to be some hard decisions that are going to be made in terms of like what size houses we can accommodate and also still accommodate our stormwater management plans. So, I just think that I would challenge, them to go back and really look at what's really important as far as like the size of the house and the patios and the, taking a little bit from every little spot to help to try to contain some more of this water or put in a dry well somewhere or make some hard choices on that so that we can preserve, what our town code is and what our hope is, which is to, not pollute the Chesapeake Bay. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Shannon.
I'll try a motion along the lines of what
I
I
think
said.
Steve is wasn't Steve frozen?
He's frozen.
Yeah, I think he froze.
Okay, Councilmember Barr, you want to make
not
a
sure the
motion?
process here.
All right. Okay, so I'll try this motion, which is to defer consideration of this application to our March meeting because it's missing information. It is missing information, first of all, because they have failed to apply for a permit for a dumpster. And secondly, that they have not adequately considered stormwater management on the property. In looking for, as part of this motion, the goal in March will be to have a plan that reduces the runoff relative to the current property, which is, I think they've got 92 cubic feet over it or 25% over it. So it's got to be less than the current property.
So Councilmember Barr, maybe the town attorney can help you fashion the motion to meet your intent.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, so far I think it is a proper motion. It's basically a motion to continue the hearing to the next month for the reasons Councilmember Barr stated, and now Councilmember Barr is providing some guidance to the applicant on how to cure the application for the next hearing.
Right.
And I think it would be appropriate for the council to vote on that guidance.
Right. So
Okay.
Can I add something? I don't know, Robin, maybe I can just ask you to add something. I would like your motion to say that when they come back, that they've met our code requirements. And I love the idea that you're giving them ideas.
Going back to our code, we allow variances on our code because we're allowing people to build to the maximum extent practicable given the property. And the issue is this property is a very, very difficult property. It is not just clay soil, it is clay soil on a hill, and it isn't even a single sloped hill, it's a hill in different directions. So given those factors, I'm saying the lesser standard is manage it to remove less water than the current property is managing, and that's why it's in the code. That's as far as we can go, I believe, with this property.
But here's my thinking, Robin, is that I think developers and people that buy houses here have to come in saying, I'm going to meet the code. So therefore, maybe my house has to be a little smaller, because maybe what's wrong is that we build on every inch of our property and then we can't manage the water and we need a variance. So I think
how
that
do you
is
want,
much the
so
issue.
how do you want to add that to the
Sorry?
two of you are fashioning a motion together, but and we'll ask the town attorney to make it concise so the applicant can understand what's being required. So do you want to say specifically what you want to add to the motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, it sounds to me like that's a fundamentally different instruction of the applicant. That would be come back and show us how to comply with the code. So
right.
Such that you wouldn't need a variance. So that would be an entirely different motion. If there is not majority support for any individual council member's idea on what the instruction should be, then the motion should just be to continue the hearing for the next month.
So why don't we let Councilor Barr make a motion, see if we get a second. And then if anyone would like to amend the motion, then Councilmember Heller can do that.
All right.
So why don't you, have you completed your, do you think?
But I want to build in the advice of which to use a rain barrel system and a drip hose attached to conservation landscaping and require a landscaping plan, which may include terracing. And that finishes the motion.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Town Attorney, can you assist Councilmember Barr in writing, stating a more concise, because he was adding a lot of dicta. So
Can I say something first about that? So,
Yes.
I mean, I think that Robin is offering
Well,
like.
hold on a second. Why don't you let him, let's put something on the table and then you can discuss it and maybe you can amend it.
Well, I feel like mine's a little bit more like it doesn't matter to us if he does rain barrels or whatever else it does. It just
Yeah,
matters
I don't
to us
care.
that it comes down to, our code and maintaining the water. They can choose to do that, in my opinion, however they like.
That's fine. I mean,
Okay, so do you want to add that to your? Is
I
that
mean, it just means-
acceptable, Mr. Town Attorney, to
would
add
you,
that to
the
the
target, yeah, so I mean, it is to have the target of less water going to the street than the current house by whatever means they can manage. One suggestion is a rain barrel system.
Okay, so Mr. Town Attorney, could you state the motion as
Yes,
described?
it's a motion to continue the hearing to the following month to allow the applicant to consider possible other alternatives that will result in less runoff to the street. And the applicant's asked to consider at a minimum a rain barrel system.
And
that-
add a dumpster permit application.
Okay, is that the sense of your motion, Councilor Barr? Okay, thank you. Who
Can
would
I
like
ask
to
a clarifying question quick? quickly?
Sure.
I'm sorry. It
Of
was,
course.
is it less in general than what is presented, or less than the current condition, current site
That's from
condition?
the current house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So given that motion, who's seconding that motion? Yeah,
I can
saw
second.
Councilor Kumar first. Okay, now discussion on the motion.
I have a quick question, Robin. Why even set a new standard beyond what's in the code? I mean, we could acknowledge it's a tricky lot, but why revise the standard to meet our requirement?
Right. I think we need to give them some guidance in that it is impossible in this lot to manage the 900 cubic feet of water that will flow from that roof. So we have to come up with some standard which we're comfortable with. And I think functionally the best standard is just get it down from what's going out there now. So that's
what is the number that's going out currently?
397 cubic feet by their calculations.
397, and then they want 900 and something. So there's a 600
well,
variance.
no, right. Well, yeah.
Based on our calculations, it's 900.
Their calculation is 489 cubic feet.
If they can get to where the houses that exist now, and so there's no additional runoff, then or the additional runoff
Less than that is what it comes down to.
I guess I don't understand why we're just not saying we have a code and you have to meet it. And that will send the message to all developers and all people that are buying houses and renovating them that you have to meet the code. Instead of them saying, but you let that guy get away with it because it's a tricky lot. We have a lot of tricky lots here. And my guess is a house could be designed and built that would meet the standard. And it's unfortunate that this house is already planned. And I feel badly about that. But I don't feel badly about enforcing the code. It's time. We wrote it, we passed it, let's enforce it.
So are you in favor of the motion, or did you want to amend the motion? Or
I wanted to amend the motion to say that they have to meet the code.
That is a radically different motion. I mean,
Right.
meeting the code means
Not a friendly amendment, then we have to vote on whether the amendment.
well, are you, Councilor Heller,
Not a
do you
friendly
do
amendment.
you wish to make the motion? Amendment.
But if it's not a friendly, what does it mean? If it's not, it
It
means
changes the
I
full
would
intent
oppose-
of the
it means
motion.
I would oppose the
A
motion.
friendly amendment, the maker can accept, but anybody can make an amendment to a motion. You have to
Okay.
get a second, and then it's discussed, and it's considered or not. So do you wish to make an amendment to the motion?
I do.
Okay, what?
And
tell
my
us your
amendment would be that the builder has to come back with plans that meet our code.
Okay, is that amendment legally and technically sufficient, Mr. Town Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a second to Councilor Heller's motion?
I second it. Oops.
Wait,
Yeah.
can I ask?
Okay, so now we're discussing the amendment to the motion.
So does that mean that they have to have zero runoff then?
From
That's
a
our
one-inch
code.
storm.
Whatever our code is. What's our
It
code?
wouldn't mean zero runoff. It would mean they have to
Meet the
retain-
standard in the code, yeah.
They would have to what?
Meet
They
the
have to
standard in the
retain
code.
on site with storage devices the runoff from the rooftops for a 1-year storm event.
And my objection to that motion is that there are not approved devices that can go on that lot that will do the job of capturing the 1-inch.
But
Do you really think that they couldn't design a house that could do it?
I honestly don't think they could, given the clay soil and the constraints of the property and the hills.
But can we just, I mean, so let's say that they're not going to tear down this house and they're just going to, raise, I think it's a 1-level house. I have no idea. But like, let's say they want to raise it up,
It's
just
2
from the
stories. It's
footprint.
2 stories, actually, if I'm not mistaken. It's a 2-story house that's been proposed.
Okay, so if they're going to take up the 2-story house and keep it keep all the rooftop as is, they're still going to have that 300, whatever it is, of runoff. If they were to just.
Right, and so that in my motion, what I'm saying is you got to improve on that. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So, if the house stays as is right now, it's still going to have that 300 square foot of runoff. So, in my opinion,
cubic feet, yeah.
Cubic feet, whatever. In my opinion, I would be okay. It's not like perfect or anything like that, but I would be okay with keeping a similar runoff to what has been existing since 1950.
That's what is in my original motion. It says slightly less than that is what I'm saying. Anything less than that.
So is there further discussion on Councilmember Heller's amendment to the motion?
Right. So if I could add in my support of her amendment, my understanding of this Stormwater Management Committee and the ordinance that they proposed and the council adopted is that the current situation in Somerset is not acceptable. We are having too many problems with stormwater today. So simply constraining homes to produce no more water than today does not improve the situation in Somerset. I would much rather have a clear direction to the applicant that they need to achieve, zero runoff in a one-year storm, or they need to seek a variance from us and convince us that they've taken all of the practical steps that they can take. And I don't believe they have done so to this point.
Can I answer that, Steve?
Sure, sure.
Right. I mean, certainly you could amend my motion, say it must be 5% less than the current one, or, what I've said is it must be less, which does mean that it improves on the current situation. I think they have given us a lot of information tonight that tells us that there are limits to what they can put in as mitigation measures on that property. However, what they have said is that rain barrels will work. And so I'm working within that constraint. Now, what we can't do is tell them that they must manage all the water because that property just will not manage it. You can't.
I don't think we know that, Robin. I don't think if they designed a house that was maybe smaller, maybe it could, maybe it really could. And I don't think we know that. And I'm not willing to give them a pass.
Okay, everyone, is there further discussion on Councilmember Heller's amendment to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment?
Can someone repeat the amendment?
Mr. Town Attorney, can you restate the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Before I do, based on the deliberations that we've had so far, perhaps it's fair to say the applicant has been given some guidance on where to proceed, and it might be best just to have a motion to continue the hearing to allow the applicant to consider other alternatives and re-present the application at the following hearing, and not attempt to build in instructions into the motion itself, but the deliberations, hopefully the applicant finds helpful.
Thank you. I like that.
But to restate Councilmember Heller's motion, and it was somewhat modified by President Circa's discussions, and I don't think the intent is to necessarily say you have to come back with an application that satisfies the code. It's come back with an application that satisfies the code or presents a more persuasive argument as to why a variance is necessary. I would suggest amending it that way. If not, then Councilmember Heller's motion to amend is to amend Councilmember Barr's motion to say that the applicant must come back with an application that conforms to the code.
I'm comfortable with that because I don't think we have a clear picture in either direction. And I don't think they've made a clear case, neither do we have a clear sense of whether they could actually meet the full requirement, and nothing in the package, convinces us in either direction. So that might be a sensible way forward today.
I'm comfortable with that too.
So
Thank you,
is
Ron.
there?
Yep, thank you,
There's a
Ron.
motion, there is an amendment on
Then
the floor.
I'll withdraw my motion and just move to continue this action to the March meeting.
No, you can't withdraw.
No, it's amended. It's the
You can't
your
with-
amended
you can't
motion.
withdraw.
All right, I'll amend it. All right.
So
It's already amended.
what you can
Well,
do,
was there a vote on the amendment?
no.
No.
Right now, I'm calling for further discussion on the amendment. So
I think we
So
should vote on the
if
amended
you-
motion
if
as
you-
presented. by
What if
Ron.
I withdraw it? What if I withdraw it so we can do
You-
what Ron said?
You can't withdraw something on the table. It has to be voted down.
Okay,
So
We are voting on the original amendment as presented by Councilmember Heller, or on the
you're
revised
voting on the,
language as
you're voting on Council Member Heller's amendment that the town attorney has suggested otherwise. So it's on the table. So the way to achieve what he suggested is to vote the amendment down.
Okay.
So is there further discussion on Councilor Heller's amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor? All those opposed?
Nay.
So Councilor Heller, did you vote?
no, do I have to?
That's
Unless
okay.
there's Conflict of
Yes.
interest.
All right, I'll vote my motion down,
Okay,
okay?
that's fine. Okay, thank you. So the motion failed for lack of a majority. And now, is there further discussion on Councilmember Barr's original motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
But, no.
All those,
Oh, Shannon,
all those
yeah.
in favor? No one's in favor?
No, because we want Ron,
Ron.
we like what Ron suggested.
Oh, because you're gonna, okay, all those
We're
opposed.
gonna, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're voting down Councilor Barr's motion. Now, Councilor Barr, do you wish to make an additional motion?
I move that we continue this action at our March meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I saw Councilmember Kumar first. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you.
But Ron, you will circulate the exact language at some point.
Well, you don't, well, that was it. It's just
That
a
was
motion
it.
to
Okay,
continue
fine,
with no
fine.
strings
Fine.
attached.
I
no
think
Fine,
restrictions.
fine.
But I
Yeah.
think everybody, I think that you have given enough direction to the applicant. Is that correct, Mr. Town Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the deliberations will prove it.
Okay, thank you. Council, you handled, I think the hearing was handled very well and your performance was outstanding. Okay, the next item on the agenda, a public hearing motion to consider approval of an application submitted by Robin Orsick for the removal of 12 dead holly trees located on the property at 4722 Dorset Avenue, an associated tree replacement plan as recommended by the town arborist, Mr. Town Manager.
Yes, unfortunately, I haven't been able to reach Tolbert, so he's not here, but the applicant submitted an application to remove a plethora of dead evergreen trees. The town arborist has looked at them and spoken with the applicant and is recommending their removal on the grounds that the trees are dead or dying. He's recommending one of two options for the council to consider for a replanting plan. And the first option is to simply do a 1-for-1 replacement of evergreen trees on the property. And option 2 is, given the town's effort to improve the tree canopy, he is recommending the council, or he's suggesting one option for the council to accept 1 canopy tree replanting for every 3 evergreen trees removed, because the canopy trees are essentially of greater value. He looked at the site and there was some drainage issues on site. But he's met with the applicant and I think has worked out a better drainage plan to ensure that the trees survive once they're replanted.
Okay, thank you. Council President Circo, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barr.
No questions.
Thank you, Councilor Heller. Is she?
Perhaps stepped away, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Kumar.
I have a question. I think I just want to flag for my fellow council members that this is, I think, in the spirit of our proposed tree ordinance, where we do make an exception for dead trees, if I'm not mistaken, Robin.
We do, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Rovak.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Heller, do you have any questions? We're on item number 3.
I think she muted herself and stopped her. Oh, there's
Okay. Do you have any questions on item number 3, Councilor Heller?
I don't, sorry, I was.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Town Manager, are there any, has any resident or guests indicated they wish to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council, are you prepared to make a motion?
I move that we approve the removal of the 12 dead holly trees at the property at 4722 Dorset Avenue and the plan that our town arborist has to replace them.
Thank you, sir. I saw Councilor Kumar second. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. I think it carried unanimously.
Oh, sorry. Aye, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That was carried
The
unanimously.
next item, public hearing motion to consider approval of the removal of dead town tree located at 4702 Fallston Avenue, a cherry tree at the recommendation of the town arborist, Mr. Town Manager.
Yeah, this tree has been dropping dead branches, unfortunately, for a couple of months, and we tried to give it some TLC, but because it's dying and continuing to decay, Tolbert is recommending that the council remove it since it is on Fallstone. I think it'll be replaced with a like cherry tree. The resident that lives in front of this address is also in favor of this tree being removed.
Thank you, Council President Circo. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Barr.
No questions.
Councilmember Heller.
No, no questions.
Councilmember Kumar.
None. Thank you.
Councilmember Rovak.
No questions.
Mr. Town Manager, has any resident or guest indicated they wish to speak on this agenda item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council, are you prepared to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we approve the removal of the dead cherry tree at 4702 Fallstone to be replaced by the town at a later date.
Thank you. Is there a second? I saw Barr first. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We've carried unanimously. Our next item is our building administrator's report. Mr. Lohmeyer.
Doug, we cannot hear you.
He's connecting.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, you got it? Okay, sorry. At 4519 Cumberland, Town building permit was issued on April 21st of 2021. According to the contractor, they expect to be finished that project in a couple months, so they don't anticipate that a building permit extension will be required. At 4900 Cumberland Avenue, the applicants applied for a building permit to add an addition on the left side of the existing house. The town issued their permit on December 27th, but the work has not begun yet. At 4524 Dorset Avenue, town issued our permit on January 14th, and interior work has begun. No exterior work has begun, as from what we can see. And at 5522 Greystone, the town issued a building permit on October 6th. Since then, the applicant has revised the plans to remove the balcony and construct a deck on the front of the house. We submitted plans to the town that were approved, and a new building permit was issued on December 21st. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Council President Circo, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Barr.
No questions.
Thank you. Council Member Heller.
No questions.
Thank you. Council Member Kumar.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Rovak.
No questions.
Thank you very much. Our next item, public hearing motion to consider approval of the expenditure of $7,500 for the purposes of a pickleball pilot program at the basketball court in Capello Park. Mr. Town Manager.
Yes, just a quick background on this issue, which I have more or less provided for the council. So in the interest of brevity, I won't go through it all line by line, but in October of last year, the town held a pickleball presentation because of public sentiment that expressed interest in the town pursuing pickleball facilities or facilitating pickleball for town residents. A presentation was held. About 50 residents participated. Some 25 others or so emailed the town to say they're interested. And since that time, the town has worked with those residents to try to put together some type of plan to promote a pilot program to see how pickleball might work in town. Once that proposal came around, the tennis committee actually looked into it a little bit and recommended that pickleball not be shared with tennis on the tennis court, which kind of pivoted us to looking at the basketball courts. At the time, in order to not create conflict between basketball and pickleball, we originally were proposing a plan that might remove the basketball hoops for the duration of the pickleball pilot program. Given public sentiment, I understand that the folks that have formed the ad hoc pickleball working group are more than willing to keep the basketball hoops up and have it set as a dual use surface. The town's received 31 emails over the last 72 hours, primarily regarding pickleball. 4 residents have expressed support for pickleball. 3 residents are opposed to pickleball altogether. The rest are a mix of opposition to removing the basketball court and raising concerns about noise on Cumberland Avenue, in particular for abutting properties. I actually had a meeting today with Chuck Hines or Chuck Kynes, I can't remember now. So I apologize, Chuck, if you're listening. But he is the essentially project manager at Montgomery County, who's been tasked with, over the last 3 years, finding and implementing pickleball facilities throughout the county. In 2019, the county actually produced a pickleball study because there was enough support countywide that they wanted to find a way to accommodate that. So I did want to just share some of the information that came about from my meeting with him. He said at a really high level, there's 3 ways that you can deliver pickleball. One is dedicated courts. Oftentimes that involves converting tennis courts, just because tennis courts, the infrastructure for that already exists. Pickleball's gaining steam and using unutilized space. He said that that's the ideal because you do cut down on any conflict between people trying to play 2 different sports at the same time, which can occur. The second way is to share the court with tennis, which he described as the easiest way because it doesn't involve putting up new infrastructure. It can accommodate pickleball on infrastructure that already exists and is kind of cheaper. And then the third way is what he calls striping or taped lines, which he said is really only suitable for short-term solutions. He did note that this is only on tennis courts. Montgomery County does not share basketball courts with pickleball. He said it's doable, but it's just has not been something they've looked into. He felt like basketball has a strong pickup element to it. People are far less likely to sign up to use basketball court, especially on a publicly available basketball court. So figuring out how to administer it that way might be a task that we would need to look into. One potential solution would be to perhaps limit pickleball hours, for example, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. or only on weekends. That could help set aside designated pickleball hours so you don't have that conflict, and also can sort of mitigate the noise issue because it would occur during the hours when there's more ambient noise anyway. In terms of noise, in general, Montgomery County tries to avoid pickleball on courts that are less than, he said, 200 to 250 feet away from residential properties. That's their kind of unofficial cutoff of what they look to for optimal pickleball usage. I believe perhaps Bruce Cherndorf can speak to this in a moment, but I believe him and some of the residents that have looked into pickleball did a little bit of measurement to see what the basketball hoop would look like. Just a couple more notes from Chuck. He said the noise of pickleball is comparable to a lawnmower, so that can be disruptive. He said really the frequency of noise is more disturbing than the decibel level. When you compare pickleball to tennis, tennis has a kind of fluid frequency of the ball hitting off the racket. Pickleball makes more of a clicking noise every time it hits the racket and when it hits the ground, and is more fast paced. So you get a lot more click, 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 clicks. But during the day, pickleball is not significantly louder, he said, than ambient noise. Another element is that pickleball is typically more social, so also louder, just in the sense that people might be laughing, yelling, talking during the game. Anecdotally, he found that noise complaints at the county level usually happen during nighttime, when there's just less ambient noise. One other potential issue that he did note that we should perhaps consider is parking. He said when you put in pickleball, it's popular and people will use it. So to be prepared for people to come and drive over, if we were to do it, for example, in Capello Park here, that some people might park on our street to use the pickleball court. And that Montgomery County is doing, they are going to be doing a pickleball pilot program of their own outside the Lawton Center starting this spring. So he said if there's no appetite in town for any of the available spaces, the town could defer action in Somerset, learn from the Montgomery County pilot program over there. They're also looking at the Norwood local park for pickleball, but that's a little bit further down the line. Overall, one of the things that he stressed is that pickleball does coexist with tennis, that it is possible. There's 42 pickleball courts throughout Montgomery County. 8 of those are standalone courts. 34 of them are shared tennis courts. The only 2 examples he could give of using rollaway nets, none of them are actually at the county level. One is at Leisure World. So they have rollaway nets that they actually keep inside their gated tennis courts, so that if people decided they want to play pickleball, they can sign up, go into their gated tennis court, move the pickleball nets over. And then the other is at Poolsville, where they put in a semi-permanent net. And he said semi-permanent in the sense that the net is it weighs several hundred pounds. So it's not really meant to be moved over and over, but is able to be moved if there's a parade that goes through the tennis courts there, for example. That more or less covers it. I know that Bruce Cherendoff has joined us and has comments, and also I'm happy to answer any questions.
I want to, before Bruce speaks, I do want to say that on behalf of the council, I want to thank Bruce Cherendoff and the working group that brought this idea to the council, spent a lot of time working with the staff and coming up with a proposal, trying to address all the concerns that have been raised along the way, and appropriately have asked the council to consider this proposal. But I don't think we want to discount I think we want to give great credit for all the work they did, because we don't have staff capacity for that. And so whatever you decide, I think we want to thank him and give him and the group a great amount of respect. So Bruce, that's how I'm presenting you to the council tonight.
It's a very nice introduction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Matt. Thanks to all of you for the opportunity to appear tonight, share my views and the views of the 5-member ad hoc pickleball committee. We've been working productively for nearly a year with the council and the town manager and the mayor on developing a phased plan for bringing pickleball, an exciting and fast-growing sport in our country and in Montgomery County, to Somerset. Just a quick personal story. My wife, Sally, and I have been playing pickleball for a little over a year on vacations in Florida and in Michigan, and most recently on the town courts at the Bauer Drive Community Recreation Center in Rockville, which is 14 miles from our home. In the short time that we've been playing, we, like many others, have grown to love the sport. And part of the reason for that is that it's just fun. It's relatively easy to learn, but devilishly hard to master. And it's wonderful exercise while not being overly taxing on our rapidly aging bodies. But truly a major part of the reason why we enjoy it is that this sport is a fabulous way to build community among participants. The sport's typically played in a doubles round robin format, with people changing partners and rotating in and out. When you're in, you're often playing with some people you know and some people you don't. And when you're out, you're often visiting with them, watching others play, and waiting your turn to get back in. I've observed, and so have others, that there's a lot of smiling, a lot of laughing, a lot of encouragement and helping new players, and a lot of new relationships created among participants, both on and off the court, including among people who may be neighbors, but who rarely or never see or talk to each other. I think it's fair to say that pickleball really brings people together. So the town council commissioned and we executed a pickleball demonstration on the town basketball court, as Matt said, on Sunday, October 10th. We had a fine turnout, 50 people came out, a couple dozen more expressed interest, but had conflicts on that Sunday. We had 2 local pros from Montgomery County come and teach the basics of the game, and everyone who was willing picked up a paddle and had a chance to play. The feedback was very positive. So many of the comments after the demo centered on the wonderful social aspects of the pickleball experience. Just one anecdote from me is that because of the pickleball demo, I reconnected with a high school classmate from Connecticut who I didn't know was a Somerset resident. We got together for the first time in 40 something years on the pickleball demo court. So this October demo was the first step designed to show proof that there is threshold demand for the sport in Somerset. And I think by any measure, we did that. The second step, as directed by the town council, was to organize a pilot program, which we have been planning to start in the spring. I want to emphasize that this pilot is a trial and not a final decision about pickleball in the community. What we're trying to do during the pilot is to show that pickleball demand is sustainable throughout an entire season, not just one day, and to work through the issues related to community impact. That includes the noise issue, issues related to dual use of facilities, among others that we'll surely learn about and seek to address as the pilot program progresses. If pickleball proves to be viable, and we certainly hope it does, the final step will be to find a permanent place for pickleball among the activities offered by the town, whether that's on shared or on standalone courts. Today is the day for the council to take a vote on giving a green light to the pilot program. Our committee met yesterday and issued a statement on the listserv that we will not ask the town council to remove any basketball hoop in creating the pickleball pilot. If the council approves the pickleball pilot on the basketball court, we would respectfully ask the council to direct the creation of a thoughtful dual use policy for pickleball and basketball. Our committee stands ready to help. We believe we can work this out, and we would be ready to sit down with basketball stakeholders and neighbors. So the priority of the pickleball committee is to give our sport a fair chance to gain traction in the community. We hope that during the pilot period, we'll learn what is critical to moving forward in a harmonious way. We're aware that the issue of noise is often cited when it comes to pickleball. And noise has both a quantitative and a qualitative component. From a quantitative standpoint, it's possible to objectively measure noise and determine if it falls within applicable county noise limits. And we expect it will. We can learn from how other communities have done so. As to the qualitative part, we also recognize that some simply might not like the sound of a pickleball hitting a paddle, and others may not be bothered by it at all. We'll try to be accommodating. But this is why we're doing the pilot, to see what it's like, get feedback, make reasonable accommodations, or find out that it just isn't working. Our committee is in the process of reaching out to the closest homeowners to let them know that we want to hear from them and work with them as we recommend our use policies. So in conclusion, a few final points. First, at some point in the past in this town, in our town, the tennis courts, the basketball court, and the pool were all introduced into Somerset. We weren't there to see that happen, but we're glad that those who came before us and their council representatives were able to find a path forward to bring new, healthy, socially enriching activities here. I hope, sincerely hope, we're not at a point in Somerset where we are unable to introduce anything new. Second, we're aware that town residents are sharing lots of views, pro and con, about pickleball. Our view is that the best way to assess the viability of the sport in Somerset is to play pickleball on a trial basis in Somerset. Our sincere hope is that the town residents can pursue the trial in the spirit of good faith and mutual respect. And finally, in creating a fair chance for pickleball, we believe the town should commission at least 2 temporary courts to meet the anticipated demand and put them in a space that is a logical and not a makeshift venue for the activity. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before I take questions from the council, Mr. Town Manager, since this is not a budgeted item, could you let the council know where the funds would come from?
Yeah, so we do budget money. We do budget contingency money in every fiscal year for unexpected expenses or requests for new programs, new things of this nature. So the $7,500, in all honesty, probably won't cost $7,500, but just to be conservative in budgeting for it, and so we wouldn't have to go back to the council. We would just be able to take that money from the budget contingency.
So should this be approved, that is where you would.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Council President Circa, do you have any questions?
One of my concern, I'm very much in favor of the pilot. I'm excited to increase recreation opportunities in the town. I've been impressed, however, by the outcry from some residents about losing basketball courts, losing our basketball court. So I was wondering if Bruce, if you could just talk a little bit about potential ways to accommodate both basketball and pickleball in the same location, how you see that might work out.
Sure. Well, let's see at least a couple of ways. One would be to have time restrictions. There could be dedicated times for pickleball, and there could be dedicated times for basketball. I think, council member, that it'll be important if we go down that path of setting times aside, that we not only agree to that as as a Somerset community, but we also post it near the pickleball courts, because we know that it's very likely that people are going to come from outside the town to play both sports, I believe. It's also possible, but if we put 2 courts on the existing basketball court, we've paced this off enough to figure out that one of those courts would be kind of close to where one of the hoops is. The second court would be, I think the court would end around at the 3-point line of the current basketball court. You could imagine that if we had a dual use at the same time, that a group could be playing, or multiple rotating groups could be playing on one court, while basketball folks would be playing on a half court. So yeah, I mean, I think that it would be possible to even envision sharing the court at the same time. Yeah, ultimately though, I think it'd be important for the basketball folks and the pickleball folks, our committee, to sit down and just work it out. I mean, I suspect that there are different times of day that people use the basketball court versus when people would use the pickleball courts. And if we can just, kind of work in a spirit of good faith, I'm pretty confident we could work out a plan.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Barr, do you have any questions?
I just a note or two. One is that if noise is a problem, there is acoustic fencing available that can reduce the noise. It's not terribly expensive, but is another expense. I wouldn't consider spending the money on it just now. I think we've got to find out whether noise is really a problem before we actually spend that money. The second point is to notice that there are basketball courts at the school. They are not available during school days and until 6 o'clock, but they are available after 6 o'clock and at weekends. And so when we're calculating out how to share the basketball court, we should bear in mind the availability of the other courts at certain times of day and certain days of the week. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller.
Bruce, am I muted? No, okay. Bruce, my question is this. If we were to put this on the tennis courts, let's say we could share, or maybe not share, but take one tennis court for this pilot. I'm underlining the word pilot, okay, guys? If we appropriated one of the courts for the pilot, and as I was reading about pickleball today, there was something I read that made it sound like you could put 2 pickleball courts on one tennis a traditional tennis court. Am I right about that?
You can, but with kind of a caveat to that. The caveat is that the way that is, there's 2 ways you can do that. And one way I don't believe would be viable on the tennis courts as they're currently configured. And that is to have the pickleball courts in the same oriented in the same direction as the tennis court is, right? So you would start the pickleball court about 8 feet from the net, and it would go out toward the fence. And I don't think you need 60 feet for the length of a pickleball court. So I don't believe you could do 2 pickleball courts on the tennis court. Would be worth pacing it off, measuring it out to see. Typically what I've seen with dual use on tennis courts is that the pickleball courts go perpendicular, right? So the 2 pickleball courts would be perpendicular on each side of the tennis court. What that would effectively mean is that you would have to, you'd encroach on the middle tennis court. So if you think of the courts as being numbered 1, 2, and 3, the number 1 closest to the town hall, I think that number 2 would not be playable for tennis at the time that you're playing pickleball in a perpendicular way.
So therefore, if we were to, for the pilot, use one tennis court, let's say the one closest to the town hall, could one tennis court be compatible with just using one and only having one, be able to have one game going?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be compatible if there were tennis players on 2 and 3?
From a pickleball perspective, we think it would be compatible. We would be fine to do that, Councilwoman. The only thing I would say is that I do believe that the demand for pickleball, based on what I've heard in the town, people who want to play one court it'll be hard to have people show up and have only one court that can accommodate 4 people at a time. If, let's say, 20 or 30 people came, it would be ideal to have 2 courts.
My guess is we'd have to have a sign-up system just like the tennis players do. And for the sake of having a pilot, could you do with 1 court? Because there's been this big outcry about the basketball courts. I'd say more people don't want you guys to use the basketball court. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but everything I was reading today, it kind of looked like that.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe Matt would know better because I haven't seen all the comments that were made, but I think the concern is that in early iterations of the council deliberations, there was talk about cutting down the basketball nets or not making basketball available. I'm not sure that the biggest concern was about sharing. So, we can check that. As I said, from our perspective, we are quite willing to share. We're quite willing to share with tennis or with basketball. I mean, one possible solution, Councilwoman, is, could you imagine a pilot that happens in both places? One court on the basketball and one on tennis.
I will tell you that That
can't
sounds
imagine-
great, but I don't think so.
Okay, fair
But,
enough.
okay, that's it for me now. Sorry, guys. I carried on.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Kumar.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Mayor Slavin. Thanks, Matt and Bruce. I just want to clarify what's being proposed and what's in front of the council. So it's an allocation of funds for the trial and also the use of that particular location for the pilot program, correct? Matt?
You're muted.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yeah, I think.
And on the
for-
funds, that would mean we would need a supermajority, Ron.
Yeah,
Is that
number
right?
one is the funds. And then number two is the
Use of the space
it's
itself.
yeah, just some I think it would be good to have some guidance from the council on what location and if there are any stipulations attached to that.
Got it. But the primary is the use of the funds for the pilot. And because this was not budgeted, this is coming from the contingency, it will require a supermajority.
Supermajority vote is required for spending of unappropriated funds. I think these have been appropriated, just appropriated to the contingency.
Got it. And then just to clarify, we are proposing a pilot, as Debbie confirmed. We are now saying we will not remove the basketball nets. We are now saying that we will run what you're calling, Bruce, a dual use system. So there'll be some booking system and reservation system. I just want to clarify, because when we discussed at the working session, we were not sure whether we would be able to implement that. Matt, do we have a sense that we will be able to implement a booking system for both basketball and pickleball during the pickleball pilot period?
I think short answer is yeah. I think we can figure out some way to try to do it.
You could use the tennis reservation system.
Yeah, I mean, part of a pilot program, I think, would be discovering what did and did not work. Logistically, I don't know. It may be easier and less complicated to say Monday, Wednesday, Saturdays are for pickleball, and Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday is for basketball too.
I see. So not necessarily a booking system, but some designated preset times. Okay. And then is there a revised duration of the pilot? Because we were coming into this meeting, I think we said up to 6 months, but there was no clear definition. So do we have a new updated defined period for the pilot?
I think the data that we most want to get is noise and parking issues as well, and to what extent those are bothersome to people. And part of the elements of those are going to be once it starts to get darker.
So we could get those within a 2-month pilot. Bruce?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we started right now in the cold weather, we wouldn't get a whole lot of,
Well, let's say we started in
data.
March and it ran March, April for 2 months, or we went mid-March to mid-May. Would that be a sufficient time period to assess what we want to assess through the pilot?
Well,
I'm not trying to cut the time down. I just want to understand what we need to assess. We could extend the pilot, obviously, but I want to know whether we can actually assess in the 2-month. I suspect we can, right? You'll get a sense of participation. Okay.
In 2 months, but I hope we can approach the idea that we go into it with the pilot lasting for a season, right? A season being, the spring, the summer, and into the fall. That we'll be able to have the pilot go for several months to see what demand looks like, in addition to knowing what the issues are related to community impact. But to your point, I think you'll know quite a bit in the first couple of months. Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. And then we picked the basketball location. If I remember from our early discussions, Matt, or why it was being proposed, it's not because, yes, everyone's focused on the tennis committee report, but we also picked that location, but it appeared to be the furthest from sort of surrounding homes. It's not all the homes, there are homes still surrounding, but the furthest, it abuts the noisiest part of our town, arguably with Wisconsin Avenue. I just want to clarify and table that that was the reason we picked that location, because it appeared to be the furthest from town activity. I mean, it's still right next door to the town hall. And I remember Matt raising that for all of us, but it was still the furthest. And it was abutting Wisconsin Avenue. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, there's of course a trade-off for either spot, but I think the calculation was there's more ambient noise there from Wisconsin Avenue anyway. You're further from more houses than the tennis court, for example, and got
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then now there are 3, maybe 4 homes, 2 on Cumberland, 2 on Dorset. The residents have expressed concerns about noise on the public listserv, at least. I don't know if they submitted comments here. And have you, Bruce and Matt, have you interacted with those residents? Is there any plan to include them to sort of oversee or to sort of voice their views as the pilot moves on? Because at least from a council perspective, if it is noisy and they say it is noisy, we would have to shut it down, right? If the residents are sort of saying this is just not working out, we would have to revisit it. So I'm hoping that you have engaged with them and that you will be engaging with them moving forward.
We had a meeting of our ad hoc pickleball committee this weekend, and that was discussed. And one of the members of our committee is going to be reaching out to the 4 homeowners.
Okay.
I would say up to this point, the expectation has been that residents would either submit comments or make comments tonight, but have not specifically been brought into the decision making.
And then last question, Shannon, thanks for your patience. Last question, we had also discussed, if I remember the working session, that the actual sort of width of the basketball court right now is actually not pickleball regulation width. And so I say that because, which means that at no point, if I remember correctly, were there any sort of clear plans to permanently convert the basketball nets to pickleball. It was primarily designated for trial and piloting, in part because it would mean effectively creating new courts, because the courts as they are now are not regulation pickleball courts. Am I being clear, Bruce?
Yeah. The courts as they measure right now are, the measurement is 55 feet. On the basketball width would be the pickleball length, right? Because they go perpendicular to the way the basketball court runs. And ideally you would have 60. The US Pickleball Association says that the court should be 60 in length and 30 in width. We've got the 30 in width easily on the length of the basketball court. 2 courts, 30 in width. The length of the basketball court is 89 or 90. So, not a problem there at all.
Yeah, and we are piloting. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, and to be clear, the court itself would fit. It's more an issue of the baseline behind it, where the court, I think, is 44 feet, and then they recommend 7.5 feet on each side. So it gets you to 60.
Got it. And I think, Matt, what I'm clarifying is that we picked that location for a reason, for trial, for piloting, but I don't remember us saying where it might, if it all works out and there's tremendous demand and everything is going beautifully and none of the residents are concerned about noise, or we are able to manage that we would then install a permanent location. I don't think we ever discussed where we would install that permanent location. And in fact, if we consider the basketball net, it wouldn't be at a basketball area, wouldn't be at the top of the list for the reason we just mentioned. That's what my recollection is. I just want you to correct me if I'm remembering that correctly or incorrectly. Matt?
Yeah, we have not gone far enough down the road to sort of attach a rider to it to say, and if it's successful, that means this becomes the permanent spot for it.
Great, thank you both. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Okay,
Mayor
thank
Say.
you, Councilmember Rovak.
So I had a question, like, so with the shared use of the basketball courts, there's a lot of people that are not residents that also use the basketball court. Like, what is your view? Would they be able to use the pickleball courts then too?
Yeah, I mean, my view is I don't think the pickleball on the basketball court will be different from basketball in the sense that we can't really control access, right? It isn't a locked facility, a gated facility where you need a code. So it isn't monitored, right? There isn't anyone that's going to be out there. So if people want to play, they will be able to, with the caveat though, that the proposal, part of what the budget number includes are rollaway nets, right? Because if you're going to play basketball, you need to have nets that are removable. The rollaway nets are on wheels, rollaway. And I think the thought has been that in addition to acquiring those nets, we would acquire locks to put the locks, to put the nets when not in use against the fence with like a U-lock system. So I guess people coming from out of the town, if they don't have the key or the combination to the lock, wouldn't be able to take them out. You know, to the extent they get a hold of what the combo is or whatever, they will. But yeah, but I don't think this is something that we would be able to police. And yeah, I mean, I guess I don't want to guess what the policy is with respect to use of the basketball court by people outside, but I think the idea is that people are welcome to do that from outside. I don't think we would tell people who want to come from outside who want to play pickleball as guests of members or guests of residents or others that they couldn't play. So I'm personally fine with people coming from outside and playing.
And so I guess like my question, so as far as like the parking and the Montgomery county person that you had talked to, Matt, definitely indicated that the parking would be an issue. Like that part of Cumberland right now is so taxed. There's no parking to begin with. And then on top of it, there's 2 houses that are going in across the street. And there's no place to park for that corner. So I would definitely, say that is an issue. And I think that like my biggest thing is that I'm all for pickleball. I think that would be a great way to have community involvement and stuff like that. But, I don't necessarily think it should take the place of a basketball court or the tennis courts. Like, is there anywhere in town that we can create a new area that would be a pickleball area, like, behind the pool patio, like, back there, or even doing like, maybe we do a 2-month trial or pilot program on the pool parking lot, because the pool's not going to open until, May or whatever anyway. So like we could put up in the pool area, there's no one that's going back there right now. That would be a nice place. I don't know about the noise for the neighbors, but I'm just suggesting like, I love the idea. I just don't know that it makes sense to swap it out for other resources that we have all been enjoying as a community. I guess my question is to anyone. Is there anywhere else for it?
Well, personally, I think that it makes more sense to have this court sport played on a court rather than on a parking lot or another place that isn't really designed for a court sport that is likely not going to be level. The space that you're mentioning at the parking lot, I suspect is extremely close to the houses that are that are right there at the pool, right? I mean, it's that part of the parking lot, the upper parking lot there is literally just a few feet away from, I know some of the houses that are on Warwick. I mean, it could be measured, but I think I think the sport should be done on a court. But to your point about, you know, supplanting or taking the place of other sports, that isn't the intent, right? I mean, the intent is to have a shared use of it. And I think, you know, my observation is that both tennis and basketball courts are not being used full time. I think there is space for a dual court use without a lot of displacement. So I'm hopeful that that could be worked out, and maybe with some direction about where parking has to happen. I think we would need some posting wherever we do this as to where parking is allowed. And I think the parking should be not on Cumberland, but in the town parking lot, the town council parking lot, which has you know, quite a few spaces. So we need to direct the traffic.
But who would enforce all that? So like you've got people that are playing basketball and, you know, it's pickleball's turn. So you guys, you know, come up and you get out the nets and you wheel them out and you kick off the basketball people off their court.
I think we have a policy, we negotiate a policy. It becomes the town policy about who gets use when, who gets priority use, right? So yeah, I mean, if the resolution of this was that, let's say on a Saturday from 9:30 to 11 o'clock, pickleball hours, okay? If there are pickleball players, they're playing from 9:30 to 11 o'clock. If no one is playing pickleball during those hours, basketball people can play. And it'll just be vice versa with respect to basketball hours, right? Just the opposite. But I mean, for effective dual use, we just would have to have an agreement on the system. We would post that near the courts, and hopefully people will, in good faith, respect the rules that we've come up with. That's what but again, that's why we're doing the trial, right? The trial would be designed, the pilot would be designed to see if that good faith understanding and posted rules get respected. If they don't, well, the pilot will fail. Yeah.
And then your view is that each of the pickleball people, you know, they take out the nets and set everything up themselves and put it all back themselves.
Yeah, that'll have to be the understanding. Yeah, I mean, if we get to a phase 3, if we get to the, you know, we figure out a final place to put the court, you know, I hope that we would ultimately have a fenced area, and we would, you know, it would be locked, and we control access and all of that. It wouldn't just be, you know, on faith, it would be otherwise. But we're going to see, I think, in this first instance as to whether we can do it without that, because we just don't have it. Right?
But if you get to a phase 3, I mean, if your phase 3, if it starts on the basketball court, does it end on the basketball court, and your phase 3 is going to be where it should be permanently?
We got to come back to you after phase 2. If we prove up that there's lots of community demand, and we show that that people want to play this sport on a permanent basis, lots of community interest in it, then we have to have a discussion about where this should go. Does it go on the tennis court? Does it go on the basketball court? Do we create a new space somewhere in the community that, you know, would be a court properly installed and lined, and with the nets and the fence and the noise dampening system on it? Yeah, but that's down the road. And it's not something that we've kind of worked out at this stage of the program. It would have to be after the pilot is concluded. So sometime later this year.
Yeah, I think that it would be great to look and see if there's other opportunities in town that are outside of the basketball court that we could look for the pilot to be hosted. And that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. So before we get testimony from residents, I want to remind everyone, if you wish to speak on this agenda item, to please let Matt know in the chat, and to remember to mute your video. And I want to do one more round with the council. Council President Circo, do you have any further questions?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Good discussion.
Councilmember Barr.
No more questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller.
No more questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Kumar.
Just one question. I want to clarify that we looked at this topic during the council work session. And I think our conclusion was that for a pilot period, the location proposed is arguably the least disruptive. So, I would love to understand if we feel there are other locations that are less disruptive to the town. And I don't know, Bruce, if it's worth surfacing whether you looked at other areas, but no one did a scientific measurement of distance and noise, but sort of had this lay perspective that the pool area would be closer to residents, the tennis courts would be closer to residents, maybe the school grounds, but I don't think we looked at that seriously, except in the context of there are basketball nets there as alternates to the basketball nets that are at Capella Park. But I'm just wondering, because we did have this discussion in the council session and working session came away with the view that there really aren't other locations. And then just to clarify, once again, we are talking about piloting to learn. This is not the permanent install of pickleball, because we remain unclear if there's truly demand for pickleball. We are unclear. There was a kind of eruption of interest last summer, but we don't know what that really looks like. And so just wanted to clarify those 2 points if you have anything to add to both of those.
I mean, have we looked at other venues beyond the basketball court and initially the tennis court? The answer is no. The remit of the council was to develop a plan for a pickleball pilot on the basketball court. And so that's what we did. We looked at the basketball court and looked at how we might be able to configure it. Would it be adequate, even if it's not perfect, because of the length issues that we talked about before? It's a little short, but nonetheless, we can still play on the basketball court.
But I remember us starting with what are the impervious surfaces in town, and we don't want to add new impervious surfaces. And this one seemed to be, an impervious surface closest to Wisconsin and, potentially the least noisy. I remember having this conversation. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not the only one remembering this conversation and that we all went through this collectively.
We've talked about this a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that I think that as time has developed and it got out to, in the newsletter, there's been a lot of good points that have been raised as far as the basketball court and the usage of it. Because I remember saying that, there's more people that use the basketball court than you guys think at that thing. And there really are. And then you and I had the conversation because you said it was the least disruptive for noise around the houses. And I said, yeah, except if you live in one of those houses that's right there. And so, I don't think that, in my view, the basketball court wasn't like the end all be all. And I've listened to like what other people have said. And, I've changed, I think that it should go in somewhere else.
Okay.
I want to say something.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's not get into a
Right
council
now,
discussion, but I just want to.
Unfortunately, Councilmember Kumar asked a rhetorical question, but do you have any other questions for Matt or for Bruce?
I had the second question. Bruce, you were responding to both my questions. Feel free to.
Can you remember can you just reiterate part 2?
That this is not where we will permanently potentially install pickleball, because we really don't know.
We don't.
I remember having that conversation. I don't know whether we are tabling this as a path to permanent install. There's one thing where we say this is a pilot, then we learn, and then we decide where the permanent install is. The other is this is a pilot at that location, and we are building towards installing it at that location.
It's the.
I
flag.
remember it as a former. I'm trying to clarify whether I understood it incorrectly.
Yeah, so I think I can speak to that. So at a very basic and frank level, right now we have two spaces that have the flat surface and that have a paved surface that can accommodate a pilot pickleball program based on existing infrastructure, which would cost minimal investment. And that's the tennis court or the basketball court. And so with that in mind, then the question is there enough public sentiment on one of or both of these places or neither of these places to give pickleball a try? And it will, it does require some type of trade-off that's negotiable. And maybe it's just not worth it. But then longer term, if we do go ahead with a pilot program, we say, wow, people really love this, but it was a pain in the butt for the people that live right next to it, or there was no parking. And people come. We need to find a place where there's parking. The next step would be, okay, it would cost us $30,000 to convert that basketball court to a full-time pickleball court, just as a point of reference. So whether it's there or an entirely new place, that's a significant investment. That would be then the next step of, okay, let's do a real study of where is 360 degrees around it, the quietest place, where can we find a flat surface, et cetera, et cetera. So I hopefully that sort of addresses your questions, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rovak, do you have any final questions of Bruce?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So the town manager has indicated that about 10 people wish to speak. So in the interest of time, if you could limit your comments or questions to 2 minutes. And so Mr. Town Manager, would you please call on the first person?
Yep,
and if everyone else could please mute your video, we'd appreciate it.
The first resident is Adam Arelli, who I just would like to note is attending his first council meeting and is relatively new resident in Somerset. So thanks for joining.
Welcome.
Thank you. Look, in the issue of brevity.
Remember to tell us your name and your street, please.
Yeah, okay. The name is Adam Arelli. I live at 4507 Cumberland, right across the street from the town hall. A couple of comments. I urge the council in the strongest possible terms to not approve a pilot pickleball court in Capello Park. I appreciate the popularity and interest of the community in pickleball. I think it's wonderful if people want to get together and socialize around the pickleball court. However, I would submit to you that this pilot, far from uniting the community, will divide it and introduce a level of antagonism and hostility that we don't want. And I say that for the following reasons. Look, let's be clear, folks. Nobody wants a pickleball court next to their house. That's the reason the tennis committee said, don't put it on the tennis courts because it bothers too many people. That's the reason they don't want it at the pool, because it bothers too many people. And so where is the site that, hey, shush, where's the site that bothers the fewest people? Well, put it on the basketball court. Nobody talked to the people around the basketball court. Nobody talked to 4507, 4505, 4509 on Cumberland. Nobody talked to the people on Dorset, 4507 Dorset, 4509 Dorset. You know, are they within 250 feet? Even if they're not within 250 feet, they're still affected. So it just seems to me a little bit of a double standard that, you know, pickleball's great if it's not next to my house. And for the people who do live there, you know, screw them. No, I'm not going to stand by and, you know, have my quality of life adversely affected by the noise, by the parking, by the crowds, by the laughing, by all the happiness that everybody gets around pickleball while it makes other people miserable. All right. Second of all, you know, I appreciate the fact that, again, this has been looked at and discussed and whatever. But, you know, people talk about the noise, but nobody knows what they're talking about because nobody's measured it. If you're gonna have a pilot program, wherever it is, you need to be scrupulous and meticulous about measuring noise, the ambient noise, all the different measures of noise, which means you have to hire an acoustical consultant for the pilot period in order to document so that we have facts and not just, well, you know, I'm disturbed, but you're not disturbed and blah, blah, blah. We have facts about what are the noise levels, at what frequencies, over what period of time, where do those noise ranges fall in terms of what regulations allow and don't allow, et cetera, et cetera. Look, I could go on. The other point is,
okay.
What about the school? So let me stop. Reject this pilot program. It's not thought out. It's not, the sufficient number of people have not been consulted, and you will cause infinitely more harm than good by approving it. You need to hire an acoustical consultant. Deliberate like you did on the stormwater management, deliberate more in a more considered way and do a more thorough investigation of this before moving forward.
Okay, well, thank you for engaging and thank you for your passion. Mr. Town Manager, who's next?
Next up is Joseph Wheatley. Here you go.
Remember to tell us your address, your name.
Hello, good evening. This is Kara Wheatley, and this is my husband, Joseph Wheatley. We live at 4507 Dorset Avenue. Our backyard abuts to the basketball court. Our gate opens into the grassy area immediately behind the basketball court. It is undisputed that pickleball is noisy, and the Montgomery County's parks policy is not to situate pickleball courts in residential areas. And the tennis committee has admitted that pickleball will be bothersome to at least some neighbors whose homes are in the immediate vicinity of the pickleball court. We are one of those neighbors. We support pickleball. We understand people want to play pickleball. That's a great thing. But just because people want to play pickleball does not mean that any neighbors should be disrupted as a result of the noise that comes from pickleball. The primary recommendation of the tennis committee was that the tennis court should not be shared with the tennis players. I have no comment on that. The issue here is that the basketball court has not been adequately considered as an alternative. If this had been adequately thought out, the neighbors on Dorset Avenue and Cumberland Avenue would have been consulted. We have not been consulted by the tennis committee or any members of the ad hoc pickle committee. We have not been consulted about the potential parameters of the pilot program. It appears that the pilot program has not been well thought out. How many afternoons will we not be able to use our backyard? How many nights will my toddler daughter be woken up in the morning or not be able to go to sleep at night before the pilot has to be stopped? How many people who use the basketball courts have been consulted about the usage of the basketball courts? Anecdotally, it has been said that the basketball courts are underutilized, but there's been no effort to take metrics or gather data to that effect. And I can tell you, working from home for the past 2 years, I see the basketball courts used all the time. There was a gentleman there this morning from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. He told me he uses those basketball courts 4 to 5 days a week in the mornings. I see kids in the summer using those courts for pickup games. I see a lot of people playing with their dogs in Capello Park. Me and my daughter, my family, we play in Capello Park. Are we going to be able to do that if there's pickleball going on? I would urge you to please think about this carefully. Please think about the people who this will impact. I understand that this might be the least intrusive option, but that does not mean it's not intrusive to the people who live near the basketball court. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Town Manager, who's next?
Yes, next, Liza Vertinsky indicated that she wished to make comments.
Great. I just have a quick thought, question, and comment. So the thought is that kids are using the basketball court all year long. They're using it now when it's freezing cold. When kids aren't in school, when there is no school, which has been a lot during this pandemic, They need a place to go where it's safe and healthy to play. And we've been using that basketball court, and many other kids have as well. The question is I was curious, is this actually Somerset property? Because I thought it was Montgomery County property, and it was actually a really nice place where you had multiple
It's
communities.
Somerset property.
Okay, so we could do that, but it's still a really nice focal point for community, to a melding of communities, of kids who come together to play on that space. And then, so the point is that it's a valuable space for kids to play. The concern is really a little bit of a broader concern, and that is that, and I think it's become more salient during the pandemic, and especially for kind of an exhausted pandemic parent, of which I know there's many in our community, that there's not been a big space for children's voices in the decisions that are made. And there's reasons for that. It's hard to participate in multi-hour governance conversations when you're also juggling children who need to go to bed and other things. And so I would just love to brainstorm in the future, not right now, about ways we can increase the role of the children's voice or their interests in these decisions. And I feel that there have been multiple decisions that haven't adequately accommodated that. I welcomed that initiative to allow 16-year-olds right participation in this, but that still, we have a lot of young kids in this neighborhood, and they don't get a voice in these conversations. Thanks.
Thank you, and let's talk offline to work on those issues. Mr. Town Manager, who's next?
Next up is Matt Zaft.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief and quick. First thing is I want to say that I am in favor of pickleball in some way, shape, or form being piloted in Somerset. I like the ideas behind it. I am 100% vehemently opposed to it being used in any way, shape, or form on the basketball courts. To clarify a few points made earlier, number one, the basketball courts at Somerset Elementary are not available to all for pickup games. Unlike the Somerset field, the basketball courts are actually rented out by Montgomery County to various organizations, so it doesn't give the sort of spillover effect that we might be hoping for. However, the Somerset field is not available for rent. And one of the ideas I proposed to both the council and on the listserv was potentially partnering with Somerset Elementary School and utilizing the field as a surface for the pilot program. Advantage there is you have an elevated surface where hopefully the noise won't carry as much. Another thing that I want to point out is I think Matt Trollinger is the greatest town manager ever. I think he is incredible and adequate at handling multiple tasks, and there's absolutely no way in hell that even he can manage sharing basketball and pickleball signups for an entire community and neighborhoods and organizations like the Bethesda Fire Department and other areas that utilize that basketball court. To take on a point that Councilmember Roback made, if pickleball is designated from 9:30 to 12, but no one shows up at 10:30, from 9:30 to 10:30, people start playing basketball, but then at 10:45, someone signed up for pickleball, what's going to happen when those people show up and are like trying to kick our Bethesda Fire Department players off the basketball court? It's just not a tenable relationship in that regard with so many factors. And we want to welcome these people to our courts. We want to welcome the people from Chevy Chase Village. We want to welcome the people who go to Somerset Elementary School but don't live in Somerset to come and play on those courts with their friends. We want to be a welcoming community and not a closed community where we might as well put gates up around our entire neighborhood. I also want to point out that I did a very, very unscientific measurement using Map My Run. And in actuality, of all the areas in town, the grassy area that goes very deep, adjacent to the deep end of the swimming pool, you could put a court back there, and that would actually be further from more residents' homes than the basketball courts are. So you could actually, if we're going to use this metrics of let's affect the least amount of people, you put it back there, you affect the least amount of people, you also solve the parking problem because now we have the pool parking lot to use for parking. You don't worry about kicking people off of basketball courts. One of the things I mentioned in my letter to the council as well as on the list.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you can wind down your remarks.
I will very quickly, that we can purchase a portable, removable surface that we use for Foursquare. And to the point of the ad hoc chair, pickleball chairs point, it is level back there. We had the ability to do with Foursquare. The last thing I would say to the council is I urge you to please either defer this or move this on, because in the words of the ad hoc chair's own words, they were assigned to design a plan to pilot this on the basketball court. They were not tasked with designing a plan to pilot this in town. And I think we need to go back to them and say, let's look at all options within town. So I urge you, please, either defer this or shoot this down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Town Manager.
I'll also just note that one of the folks that had previously raised their hand said that Matt had covered her points, so she no longer felt the need to speak, but wanted to reiterate his points.
Does she want to put her name on the record?
Well, I'm just going to say it was Elizabeth Hurwitz.
Okay, fine.
I'll decide that Elizabeth.
Madam Chair,
sorry to out you, Elizabeth.
Another committee chair. That's fine. I'll take the heat.
Okay,
Who's next?
Okay, so next up was Ginny Biggers.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why. Turn
Good
my
evening.
video on. Hi, so, thanks, Matt. And I will be, I just will echo, I think, what my neighbor, so I live right across, I'm at 4505 Cumberland, and we live with my husband, Rob Menzie, right across from Town Hall and the basketball court. We've logged many, many hours watching people play basketball in 20 some years. I also do play tennis and pickleball, so I really appreciate the people's love of both those sports. I'm unfortunately I have to be, we do oppose the pickleball on the basketball court. And I think that neighbors have made great points and I agree with all of those. The one thing that I'll add, I think, is that I just think it's not realistic in large part because that court really is a wider community resource. And I just don't think, as Matt Zaft was saying, I think the idea of a reservation system is really not realistic. There's at least one person who makes a partial living teaching on the court. And I just think that taking that away and putting pickleball there would send a really not the message that to me we want to send to the wider community. So I'll end there, but do just for the council, I do really agree with the points that all the neighbors have made about parking and noise and, you know, the effect on the neighborhood. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is another one of our Cumberland Avenue residents, Susanna Goodman.
Hi, thanks a lot. Just a couple points. I don't think the pilot is ready to go. I'm concerned that the stakeholders haven't been properly consulted. The tennis committee report has been very thorough about why it shouldn't be on the tennis court. And they said, well, maybe you could do it on the basketball court, but you'd need to consult with the homeowners. And they listed out the 3 houses on Cumberland, but those folks haven't been reached out to yet. And all of this sort of took us who don't go to the work sessions, et cetera, by surprise. You know, I don't think anybody, I would like to play pickleball, but not at the expense of my neighbors being able to sleep and do their Zoom calls in their houses and put their toddlers to bed. I also think the parking piece has been difficult, is difficult. I know the county is thinking about turning the tennis courts at Norwood into pickleball courts. There are 2 parking lots there and they said that wasn't enough. So that's kind of one of my concerns. And then finally, I think it would be difficult to take it away if we piloted it. I think folks would come to expect that it's here. And again, it makes it difficult for us to regulate. Pickleball is very popular. It is sort of all the rage. It is really fun. People want to come. And then I think once it's there, pickleball nets are portable. I think you're creating a problem that it will be difficult to uncreate. And if we're going to pilot it at the basketball courts, what is that really showing if we're not going to do it at the basketball courts. So that's it. I really do want to thank Matt very much for his tireless work and for the council for thinking about this. But really, the other stakeholders, people that play basketball, people that live there, have not been adequately brought into the formulation of the pilot, the proposal on the table. And I don't think it's ready for prime time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is Jack Benson.
Okay, good evening, Jack Benson. We're at 4511 Dorset. We back to the town hall and tennis court area. First, just want to thank Bruce and the other members of the committee that have obviously put a lot of time and effort into this. We are supportive of pickleball in Somerset if we can find the right place. And when we think about sound, you know, there's sound everywhere. I think Bruce sort of referenced this. There's sound all around the town. There's sound at the pool. There's sound, you know, we hear in our house, we hear the tennis court. We hear the tennis wall when the kids are hitting off that. We hear the batting cage. We hear basketball. We hear parties in the town hall when people are outside. People that live near the school hear the school. So I think sound is, the question is, can we reach an acceptable level of sound? And to me, the pilot is intended to help determine that. What I don't think the basketball courts meet is the least disruptive. I think, you know, we're eliminating essentially basketball by moving it there. I would argue that the least disruptive, and I think the logistical challenges are real, of how you have a shared space that's open to the general community. It's not secured. There's no parking in place. To me, the least disruptive solution is to do it on the tennis courts. Reserve one tennis court. We have a controlled facility. We have parking there. If maybe we'd like to have two courts, but if we have one, we don't have to serve anybody from outside of the community for pickleball. So if you take community demand out, that may, you know, one may not be enough, but it's probably a good pilot if it's sold, if the tennis court is booked for the 3 months of the pilot and no one can get in. So you have a controlled location, you have parking. If we need to do some sound attenuation, you have a fence already up there that we can test and trial with. So to me, clearly the least disruptive is working it through the tennis court and then making some determinations of whether or not that's an acceptable level, you know, going forward. And the basketball courts, I will say, do get considerable use. And even, you know, I know Dwayne, who coaches and teaches over there, that's mostly to Somerset kids who are coming in there and taking basketball lessons on the court and things like that. So supportive overall of it, but strongly opposed to that being at the expense of basketball or a shared solution.
Thank you so very much.
Next up, we have Ann Bolton.
Hi, everybody.
Our budget committee member.
Yes, I'm not going to complain about the budget tonight. Ann Bolton, Cumberland Avenue. First of all, thank you all for your, just stamina for this long meeting. I just wanted to be a voice in support of pickleball. I promised my 13-year-old I would advocate for him. I think it's a great sport. It is a cross-generational support. My guess is that most people who are opposed to it have not played it. I too had not played it until December. Our whole family, from our 6-year-old to my 73-year-old mother, loved learning it, loved playing together. It's one of the few sports that I've come across where it truly is cross-generational and a lot of fun. I do think that the concerns of the neighbors most affected really needs to be taken into consideration. They need to sign off. They need to experience what the noise would be like, and they need to be okay with it. But I don't think that should stop us from trying it, because I think that part of what makes Somerset so special is the community that we create around our resources. So thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
And we have Carrie Wofford, our tennis committee chair.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Hello. Council member Heller, at one point you had said, well, you'd seen
so much concern on the listserv from basketball players that surely that means there are more basketball players upset than tennis players. And I think that was simply because what had been posted on the listserv was about the basketball court. The tennis committee can tell you that there are 290 registered paying tennis members in the community. And there's a lot of them have experienced pickleball near them at other facilities, and or even at Somerset, as like, because I played once and someone was playing pickleball next to me. I had to stop my game. You can't concentrate. That's why at tennis matches, they say, quiet, please. It's very difficult when there's someone banging a ping pong or you know, whatever noise you want to compare it to, wiffle ball next to your head. You can't concentrate. If you were to put it on the tennis courts, you would have a lot of angry tennis members and a lot of upset neighbors. There's lots of houses very close for the neighbors, but for the players, it's a big deal. And I think, you know, the reason we went and took the time to interview every club we could think of nearby was to give you information. And every single one of them said, don't mix tennis and pickleball. Every single one of them. They all said has led to a lot of conflict. It's very hard on the tennis players. I don't recommend tennis with the same place as pickleball. Find the least obtrusive option. You know, they were very clear. So I think it would be a huge mistake to try and go back that way. In terms of the Councilmember Rovak's suggestion of another location, you know, you could do a springtime only at the parking lot of the or the basketball area of the pool, because the pool's is empty right now. So you could ask those neighbors. Maybe those neighbors don't mind because they already deal with swim team and it's already something that they're accustomed to. And the basketball areas at the pool is slightly more removed from neighbors. Or if you keep it at the basketball court, you could just do it as as Councilmember Kumar was saying, like a 2-month pilot, and check in on the neighbors, see how they're reacting, see what they feel. I mean, we did suggest in our report to consult the neighbors. I do think that it is important to consult. But anyway, I wanted to just let you know that many tennis leaders say that it's not compatible for tennis players. And we already have tennis players who are unhappy because during peak popular hours, they can't get a court. And it's going to be the same idea of peak popular hours for pickleball. So you're going to have people who paid who can't get a court and get frustrated.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
And I believe the last comment we have is David Kahn.
Thank you. Sir, remember to tell us your name and your street.
I'm David Kahn. I'm on Essex Avenue.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to speak today until I listened to what everybody else was saying. I'm a little disappointed with the NIMBYism that everybody's expressed. I am very sympathetic to the people on Cumberland and the people on Dorset. I do not want to minimize the noise issue. The only way we're going to find out if people want to play pickleball in big numbers is to have a pilot program. If that requires, some annoyance to people on Cumberland and Dorset, and it turns out they don't, it's just too much, we'll stop. It doesn't have to continue. But we can't go to places where, we're not going to have a realistic pilot program. We're not going to do it in the parking lot at the pool. You're not going to get a sense of whether we can really play unless you find a reasonable place to play on. If we have to do noise mitigation efforts during the pilot program, let's do it. And if it turns out that the noise for the people on Cumberland and Dorset are too loud, then we'll stop the program. We are not trying to be difficult. We're trying to see if people want to play pickleball. And then secondarily, if we decide we want to do this, we can build courts somewhere. I'm not saying where it should be. If you want to build courts in the parking lot of the pool, go do it. But this is a pilot program. We just want to see if people want to play. We want to try to mitigate noise as much as possible. And if we're not able to do it to the satisfaction of the people on Cumberland and Dorset, then cut the program off. But let's just not do this because people are saying, I hear pickleball is loud. The ambient noise that will come off Wisconsin Avenue every hour during the day is so loud that you won't hear pickleball 10 feet off the court, let alone 75 yards from the court, which is what the closest houses to the court are, 75 yards. So we're talking about, apples to oranges relative to noise. And again, I'm not being unsympathetic. If it is too noisy, then let's not do it. But let's try it, see what it's like, and then see if we want to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. And now this concludes the public hearing part of this agenda item. And now I will turn it over to the council president for the council to debate the item.
Oh my gosh. I think it's been a great discussion. It's really been, I think, very positive, encouraging, and challenging all at the same time to get all the inputs from our neighbors and fellow residents of Somerset. Some of the thoughts I have here, and I look forward to my colleagues weighing in, and maybe we can sort of path through, is on the one hand, there seems to be complete acceptance or agreement that pickleball is a popular and growing sport. Indeed, a number of people talked about issues with parking. It'll be so popular, but there's also a lot of resistance to some of the potential areas that we're looking at. So I don't even know if perhaps we can skip the pilot stage and just try to figure out where we could actually put in some courts and start to budget it. But with that to prompt the discussion, I'd like to go around the room, virtual room. Robin, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, it is, I really very much appreciate that people have attended this meeting till, is it now 10:30 at night, with their comments. And it is interesting also hearing divergent views in town on the subject. The way I feel about it is that we chose this location because it is already noisy there. It is the most separate location from homes around, and it is almost suitable exactly for pickleball. I hear that the pickleball community will share with basketball. I don't believe it's impossible to work out an arrangement that will work. I think it can be done. And it is meant to be a pilot, which means that, as David Kahn was saying, if it is too noisy for the local residents, then we will either correct the noise with putting in acoustic fencing or stop the program altogether if that doesn't work. But pickleball is a growing sport. It is very enthusiastically played by many people in Somerset, and there is a great demand for the sport in town.
Thank you, Robin. Debbie?
I think we should do this pilot. I am sympathetic to everybody who spoke. I get it. I don't like noise either. And I think what we need to do is take one of the tennis courts, not put this on the basketball courts for all the reasons that we heard tonight. Take one tennis court. It's a pilot. It's not forever. We need to have clear sound measures. You know, we measure the sound on generators here. We can set up some sort of program where we measure the sound. And we can see, you know, if it's too loud and people are really unhappy, then we got to close it down. But I think we got to do this. I think we have a lot of people in this community that want to try this. And I think we need to be, you know, conscious of our neighbors and the sound. And if it's too much, then we close it down. But it's a pilot. And if this is that popular, then we as a community will see about putting it somewhere where it makes sense. And when we can afford it. I don't know if that's in the near future. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome.
Kabir?
Thanks, Debbie, and thanks, Steve, and thank you for all the residents for your very, very thoughtful and compelling statements from everyone, and especially from the residents around the basketball courts, Adam and the Wheatleys and others. I'm going to try and make some statements. So I don't know if my fellow council members will permit me make some statements starting with things that I think we all agree on, and then moving down the list where we may start having divergent views. I think we all agree on that we want to pilot a pickleball program in town. I think that's fair to say. I think we want to pilot a pickleball program. I think we're all in agreement on that. I think overwhelmingly, most of the residents in town are in favor of them, even the residents who are around the basketball court that's in consideration for the pilot. So that's one. Two, I think we all agree on that. Two, I think we all agree that if we ran a pilot, it needs to be sort of done with some degree of sophistication and thoughtfulness. Like I like the suggestion about sort of really measuring the sound, for example, that it has a clear defined period, that we just don't kind of keep going season after season. I think we all agree on that statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we agree that if we did it as a pilot, it has to be a very sort of managed, with some degree of sophistication, which I believe, Matt, I think our town can deliver on. I think we can manage it with a degree of sophistication. Third, I think the bottom line is, where do we do it? And I think that's where we start parting ways. And I think there are, if anything, 3 locations I've heard today that are in consideration. One is the basketball court in Capello, because for the reasons we've already tabled. Its particular location potentially least disruptive, although there have been some comments challenging that notion. That's one. The other is the green space behind the pool, although that's not a paved space. So I don't know if it qualifies unless we take Matt Zaff's suggestion and put in something that makes it sort of an even surface. I don't know what that would look like in practice. And then the third one, if I'm not mistaken, was the parking lot, 2 potential areas of the parking lot by the pool. Either the parking lot that is sort of further closer to Warwick, or as Carrie suggested, the parking area that is down over the bridge by the basketball court. So I think these are the 3 potential locations. I have a feeling that for all the reasons we've been discussing for the last couple of months, the location at Capello is potentially the most ideal. But if we cannot come together on that, then we need to figure out how these other 2 locations would work. So that's a third statement.
Did you leave out the tennis courts?
The tennis courts, I'm going by the recommendations both that Carrie, we can put that in on the list.
You left that out.
I left that out because I've been going by the recommendations of the committee, by Matt's earlier statements. And frankly, I'm struggling to understand why something further up the street on Cumberland would be less noisy than something further down the street on Cumberland, closer to Wisconsin. I'm struggling to understand the logic of that, but I'm happy to figure that out collectively. And then I think the last thing we all also agree on is that we are entering the budget season for next fiscal year. So this pilot is going to run, well into next fiscal year potentially, or we're going to miss this moment to budget for new courts or an expanded sort of implementation So this is really going to figure in next spring when we start planning for the next fiscal year. So I think we all agree that there is potentially time for us to evaluate this on a pilot basis before we can actually feed it into a budget process. Because I don't think right now we have clear perspective on feeding into the budget process for this year, which starts in a month's time, and which would basically mean we would struggle to really allocate funds for a whole year, and it would be really next year that we would start. So these are the statements that I think on the whole we all agree on. I think it really boils down to the location. And if we can puzzle today out on the location, maybe one last statement, Shannon, I would make. One last statement I would make is that I think as part of sort of managing this pilot, wherever we do it, we cannot not involve the residents. I mean, we get sign off when we do building projects from neighbors. We would need their sort of very, heavy involvement, engagement, their comfort before we carry it forward in a meaningful way. So I think the neighbors would need to sign off. We would need to sort of bring them along to make that happen, as we do almost any such project of this nature. Okay. I think on the whole, we agree with all of those things. Let me know if you disagree. I think it really comes down to this ideal location. And I think I've shared my view on why I think the one we've been considering fits the bill the best.
Thank you, Kabir, and I appreciate you sort of trying to organize our thoughts. Shannon?
So I think there's just too much up in the air right now to make a decision on this, because if you play it out and you go forward, we haven't consulted the neighbors. We haven't done a trial to see what the sound volume will be. And then, we're prepared to potentially spend $7,500 to do this 2-month pilot. That then what happens after that? We're not budgeted for it for the next season. We, will probably face challenges to getting it permanently on the tennis court. On the basketball court. Maybe we should just take a step back and look at a long range program and see what the next steps would then be. So instead of spending $7,500 here, maybe we spend $20,000 that's allocated into the budget to find a permanent home for this versus just, having this kind of trial thing. It seems like there's enough pickleball courts at Norwood, at the Lawton Center, around town, that people can continue to play and engage in their love of the sport without necessarily doing this very temporary kind of fix with unhappy neighbors that have not been brought along in the process, and not even having that really be the permanent home for it. So that's what I would say.
Can I add something to that? Because that's a good idea, Shannon, but what if we, in the very short term, soon, went out to the tennis court, brought a couple of pickleball people, and let them play and measure the noise? And then we'd have some information. We'd have some good information as to whether it's just too noisy. And we would be able to talk about what the decibel really is. And then that's how we can talk to our neighbors to say, okay, we measured this. We know it's going to be this noisy, this level. And then, then go from there. If we're going to study it more, I think we need to first study the noise level, and then we'll know where we could actually put this, where it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to kind of, test it out first, and we can even do another demonstration and, kind of bring the demonstration back. But I just don't think we're prepared, or it's ready right now to approve this, with all the details that, haven't been extended out into the future and what that means for the future of adding pickleball. It just seems like, we'd spend the money right now with nothing, no plan going forward.
Yeah, but that was the spirit of these efforts, right? We wanted to take these baby steps, kind of respond to this organic town interest,
Right,
It
but I think
wasn't, we
that's
don't know what the plan is, and I'm not confident we will know what the plan is until we pilot.
We've heard from 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5, direct neighbors, which are pretty much all of them on Dorset and Cumberland. And we've heard from them, and they're all concerned about the noise and the parking and frankly, the use that people are already using basketball for it. So it doesn't, I in the spirit of, trying to accommodate the townspeople's wishes, I think that we've, really looked at it. I just don't think we've brought it far enough along to really, be able to approve that right now with so many unhappy, direct residents, without measuring what it really means, to Debbie's point. So maybe we table it and we go and measure it, and we have, in the next 2 weeks, we put some people out on the courts with pickleball, things and see what it really is, because we can't really speak to it right now.
Maybe we can do is get Bruce to get people together. We figure out how we can measure the noise. We do it on the basketball court and we do it on the tennis court and take real measurements. And then we can move forward to say, hey, this is ridiculous. Look at this noise level, or this is not so bad as we thought. I don't know, but maybe that's what we do.
Or then we probably should do it at all the possible
You know what,
locations that
Kabir?
were tabled today. No,
Kabir,
measure the, no, hold on. Measure the sound. If you're proposing to measure sound, let's not presuppose any location.
It's just like
Then
Kabir,
might as well we
we
measure
can't do
it
the pool.
at-
No one's brought up the fact that we can't do the grassy area behind the pool, because the pool has to be open to be able to use that area. So that doesn't work. You want to do it on the parking lot. I think what Bruce said earlier is that it won't work on the parking lot. You need real level ground to make this happen. And I don't think we have it in any of those places. So we can
Wasn't
rewalk
the
it,
pool,
take a look at it.
suggestion from the pool committee chair?
What?
I thought the pool suggestion was from the pool committee chair.
To use
for
the pool.
The grassy area.
Still a question that's up
But
in
it
the
wasn't
air.
realistic.
No.
Oh, you cannot do it? We cannot do it at the pool?
How can we? The pool is closed.
No, the
except
grassy area behind the pool, we
You
cannot
gotta
do it
walk
there?
through the pool to get to it.
I see.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
wasn't clear. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Okay.
you didn't realize that.
Okay, so we cannot, to access the grassy area, we would have to open the pool itself
Right.
to do it.
That's a whole other
Okay.
can of worms. And I don't think we can do it on the basketball court because it's not level enough. Not to mention that people use that as a walkway.
Unless we do the pilot when the pool is open, or we measure the sound at least when the pool is
It's not
open.
gonna work.
No, it's gonna work. Okay. Well, I'm just saying if you're gonna do it, we might as well at least measure the sound at all locations possible. And maybe we can run the pilot when the pool is actually open. My view is that I'm comfortable saying, let's allocate these funds to the town to take next steps on a pilot with these conditions. That if they do it at this location, they have to bring the neighbors along, or they conduct these tests to get comfortable with the sound. I feel like otherwise we will keep coming back to the drawing board, and frankly, the 5 of us are not going to be out there measuring this anyway. I think it'll be the town manager taking these steps. So from a kind of council perspective, I would be comfortable doing that. But if we are not aligned on that, happy to take even more baby steps in that direction.
Well, I think you'd have to amend what's on the table with some specifics. But another option that I just heard from Councilmember Rovak was a move to table this to a time certain. I'm sorry, Councilmember Barr, you were saying something?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, if we're going to measure the noise, we've got to do it both from open air and also from inside a home with windows closed, so that you can discover how much the noise penetrates the walls of a house or doesn't penetrate the walls of a house. But yeah, I'm in favor of tabling it right now and putting an item on our work session agenda to see if we can move it along in our work session agenda.
I agree. I think we need to figure out a practical path forward. We're gonna have to talk about it some more.
Mr. Town Attorney, do you want to discuss the use of the table motion, how that would work?
So if a motion is tabled, then if we're following Robert's Rules of Order, we would need a motion to remove it from the table at a subsequent meeting. I mean, or you could just have a motion to continue this discussion to a work session or future meeting without actually tabling it.
So Council Member Rovak, I think you raised this issue first. Are you prepared to make a motion?
I move that we table this till we do a bit more fact finding and develop and go through some of the concerns that the neighbors have given.
Is Mr. Town Attorney, is that legally and technically? Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I see Councilmember Heller. Is there discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to see it on the work session agenda.
Yeah. Well, can we add it to the next work session agenda so this doesn't drag on?
Will do.
Mr. President, is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's not contrary to tabling that. We're tabling a vote on this $7,500, but we can certainly talk about it some more. The strategy, short-term tactics and long-term strategy.
And
At the next-
specifically, can we quickly surface what exactly facts would we want to find?
Well, I think that's what we discussed.
We do it at the working session. Okay, sounds good.
Well, that you would ask that to the maker of the motion.
Yeah, Shannon.
I think
Well,
that
we can discuss it at the work session.
I think we
don't
should
mind.
discuss it at the work session.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Okay, is there further discussion on the motion to table? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Excuse me. The next item, public hearing motion to adopt ordinance 11-21-2, an ordinance to amend the code of ordinances to amend and clarify the exemptions from setbacks for projections. Mr. Town Manager.
Yeah, so if you recall, this was introduced back in the work session, actually, after a few revisions back in November. We had this on the agenda in January, but wanted to make sure that residents had ample time to understand what was being considered and to raise any concerns for the council as they considered it. Essentially, this removes setback exemptions for projections such as decks, stairs, etc. So I think that more or less covers it. So I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Council President Circa, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barr.
No questions.
Councilmember Heller.
No questions.
Councilmember Kumar.
No, this was discussed at the work session.
Thank you. Councilmember Rovak.
No questions.
Mr. Town Manager, are there comments or questions from our residents or guests?
Nobody tonight, and just to add, no submitted or written comments as well on this that were received.
This could be the most important motion tonight, and we got no comments.
I was just thinking, like,
Mr. Town
Robert.
Attorney, I forgot to ask whether you wanted to add any input on this.
No, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify for the record, though, this is on the agenda for a public hearing. So to reiterate what the manager has said and what the mayor has said, if anyone wants to comment, you please indicate in the chat.
No, I believe no one did. So thank you for bringing that up. Council, are you prepared to make a motion?
I move that we adopt ordinance 11-21-2 to amend the code of ordinances to amend and clarify the exemptions from setbacks for projections.
Thank you, sir. Second, I see Councilor Kumar. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passed unanimously. Next item, public hearing motion to adopt ordinance 12-12-1, an ordinance to regulate the construction of accessory dwelling units. Mr. Town Manager.
Similarly, this was introduced last month. Council's considered this at a couple of work sessions. I think that we've discussed and worked through the implications of it and what have you. I think the recommendation came to get something on the books for the town in the meantime, as potential county legislation might be coming down on this, etc. But no public comments. I don't see anything tonight. And the only comment that I've gotten from a resident was more clarification, asking about parking and whether we might see an increase in impervious surface, which I believe that the council had considered at a previous work session.
So you're saying there were no comments written or otherwise prior to tonight, but someone might comment during the public hearing part of this agenda item?
Yeah, nobody has submitted comments for the record on this.
Okay, thank you. Council President Circa, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you for that summary, Matt.
Thank you. Council Member Barr.
Yeah, on the impervious surface issue, I actually have referred that to the Stormwater Study Committee. And I know that they are developing language on all renovations, including extending parking on residences.
Excellent.
So this could be amended in the future, possibly. Council Member Heller. You have no questions. Council. Did you have a question? No. Okay. Council Member Kumar.
So again, this is adoption?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rovak.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Town Manager, has any resident or guest indicated they wish to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
At this public hearing? Thank you. Council, are you prepared to make a motion?
I move adoption of ordinance 12-12-1, an ordinance to regulate the construction of accessory dwelling units.
Is there a second?
Second.
I saw Heller first.
I was muted. Sorry.
Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. It was unanimous. The next item, public hearing motion to approve of a resolution establishing a procurement policy for the town of Somerset for contracting and hiring. Mr. Town Manager.
Yes, so this, I received some comments from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and the Environment Committee on this. The town attorney has given this look over and helped with that. I will note that resident has made comments tonight and submitted comments, making some recommendations for changing it. Specifically, he believes that the policy should contain a requirement to obtain multiple bids, should clarify what sole source bidding is, and make stronger and more clarifying requirements related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the environment.
Okay, Mr. Town Manager, I know the hour is late, but for the benefit of the residents and guests who are in attendance, could you just give a little bit of a history about how why this policy is needed?
Yeah, so currently in the state of Maryland, anything over $15,000 is required to go out to bid, and that is by and large the only requirements, is that you're required to go out to bid, and it needs to go on the eMaryland state marketplace. And so that's where the $15,000 requirement came from. this adds additional requirements for the town to ensure more rigorous and fairer advertisement of any contracted positions, and also imbues some of our values as it pertains to diversity, equity, inclusion, and the environment into our policy without trying to get too specific and becoming overly bureaucratic, I think, which was also kind of, on the other hand, one of the concerns.
But I want to just say, and before I take questions, that since I've been in this government for 20 years now, we have talked about the great need to have a procurement policy so that contracting is done professionally and in a state-of-the-art way. And so this is a very significant step. And I want to thank you for all the work that you did on it, and for the council's vision and a desire for this important policy.
Well, and just to quickly add, Mr. Mayor, something that you bring up often is that getting a policy in place does not necessarily mean the end game either. So while we've gotten some feedback, there's nothing that precludes us from strengthening it and continuing to make it evolve as we get feedback and hear back from other people. But this at least gets some standard for how our contracts go out. And
yes, and Councilmember Barr a minute ago said that the other item was the most significant agenda item, and I think this honestly is the biggest, most significant agenda item of tonight. Council President Circo, do you have any questions?
No questions. I think it's a step. It's a really important step. Thank you for everyone who's worked on it. And we can continue to improve it.
Councilmember Barr.
I'll answer your own comment to me, Jeffrey, by saying that this policy might be important, but what will make it important is how we implement it going forward.
And with the item that you think was the most important, is the case too. So thank you. I'm just trying to pull your leg a little bit. Councilmember Heller, do you have any questions?
No, I agree with what Robin just said, though. He's absolutely right. So thank you. Thanks, Matt, for all that you did for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Kumar.
No questions. I'm glad we are doing it. This is the second most important item on the agenda today. So I'm
okay, there you
delighted,
go. Support your colleague. Support your colleague.
Delighted that we're doing it. We're moving forward. Next is the hiring policy.
I like the collaboration against the mayor. Council Member Rovak, do you have any questions?
Well, wait, so are we taking the points that Kumar made and including that in this, or is this already done?
Well, I believe he's going to testify, but you would, if you would like, you would be able to amend it tonight. But
okay, well, I'll let him speak then.
Okay, but did you have any questions about the document as presented?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Town Manager.
There is one public comment, as you indicated. So
let's get Chairman.
Mr.
Let's get Chairman Vaswani. Let's get Chairman Vaswani to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Town Manager. Pickleball and stormwater are a hard act to follow, but I'll try. And I sent in my comments, so I just hope that you'll all read them. And I mean, I would suggest that if you're going to pass it in the current form tonight, at least you take a look at those comments, see if there's anything in there that you think would be useful. I just found it a little strange that there's no requirement to obtain multiple bids. And now I understand you have to bid it out. You have to, put the RFP out there. But what if you don't get multiple bids? What if you only get one?
Well,
and I think
perhaps the town manager drafted this document, so perhaps he can answer your question. You had very good questions, so maybe he can answer them.
I think the reason we didn't specifically have a requirement is to not bind us to have to to take additional action, but there's nothing that when we got bids and got contracts in front of us that would preclude the council from saying, you know what, I really would feel more comfortable getting multiple bids before we sign a contract. So I think that's, maybe the town attorney has something to add, but that was at least the thinking behind that being omitted from the original draft.
Yeah, I think that's right. So there are different approaches I've seen among the charters and procurement ordinances of the clients I represent. And some might say, rather than competitive bidding, you shall solicit and invite at least 3 bids. Other approaches are just have a competitive bidding process where you're advertising, and if you advertise, the assumption is you'll get what bids. You'd get more than just inviting 3. And surprisingly, sometimes these municipalities in the area only get 2 or even 1 bid. And then, as Matt said, you have the option of deciding, is this fair representation of what we can get, or should we continue and try to get more? But sometimes for small towns, it is difficult to attract contractors. And I've seen it often where there might only be one that actually wants to serve a small town because of that contractor's operations. So as Matt said, you might not want to require 3 bids all the time, because that may mean you have to keep redoing the process until you get 3, which could extend you beyond the time that you need the services, like snow removal, for example.
The short answer is we're not normally an attractive customer, and so it's difficult getting 3 bids.
So Chair Vaswani, you have the floor. Did you have any other specific of your questions that you wanted to ask in public?
I do have one question for the town attorney. Is it constitutionally permissible to require a potential vendor to share the town's values? In light of decisions like West Virginia versus Barnett and another decision from 2013 that I put in my comments.
Well, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Is that in the Google Drive, Matt?
What I would suggest in the interest of time is that we, as the town manager had indicated, I think it's important that the council adopt a policy for a baseline, but perhaps we can, the council president can schedule a discussion of the policy at a work session, so that all the good questions and amendments that the Chair Vaswani suggested can be discussed and debated.
We should.
Would that be acceptable? Would that be acceptable?
Great idea.
Mr. Chair?
We are saying we would postpone
yeah.
this to the next work session.
Yes. Okay, so did you have any further?
No,
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to take up any more of your time.
thank you.
So thank you.
I'm trying to get everybody to get to bed early tonight. I mean, earlier. Are there further comments or questions from residents or guests, Mr. Town Manager?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Councilor, are you prepared to make a motion?
I motion we adopt. Should I go ahead, Robin?
Go for it. Go for it, Councilmember Kumar.
I'm trying to pull the agenda. So I motion that we adopt the resolution to establish a procurement policy for the town of Somerset for contracting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I see Bar, thank you. Is there discussion? Hearing none. Oh, go ahead.
There is discussion. I just
Go
like
for it.
our attorney at the work session to report on his review of the legal cases that Kumar Vaswani mentioned.
Yeah, and if Matt could please email me that.
Yeah, I just sent it. It's
Thank you.
Forwarded to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. The next item, To consider approval of the town manager negotiating an agreement with the Somerset Elementary School PTA to allow Camp Somerset use of the town pool and town tennis courts in summer 2022. As is laid out, Mr. Town Manager.
Yeah, I included previous year's licenses with updated dates for you to give you a sense of what we would agree to. Pretty straightforward, but the only reason I didn't have anything signed is because I did want to run it by Ron to make sure that he had didn't have rather any recommended edits to an agreement. But I know that I know that also the town attorney also perhaps had some comments about engaging in a contract for the use of the town facilities. I'm not sure what appetite or how much we would want to get into that tonight.
I think it's important that the town attorney addresses some of his concerns for the record.
But yeah, I think that's something we should do in closed session, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. Don't have to do it tonight, but.
So do you
that
wish,
legal advice I would recommend be kept.
So do you wish that this item be deferred to, can we defer this until next month? Does the CAM
The
need
work
to know?
session? Can we do it at the work session?
Does the CAM need to know?
I think they've begun, they're starting to advertise.
You know, really, we should have had someone from the camp here tonight too. So what I would suggest that we do, especially given the late hour, is that we convene. The work session is, what's the date?
A week from today.
So I would suggest that we have a council meeting for 10 minutes before at the beginning of the work session. It's Monday, February 14th, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would suggest that given the serious concerns that the town attorney is raising, and given that the Camp Somerset reps are not here tonight, that if someone can make a motion to table this item to a brief council meeting to be scheduled next Monday night for 15 minutes.
Sure, I move to table the motion on approving Camp Somerset for summer 22 to the brief session of council next week.
Is there a second? See Heller, is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you. The next item, to consider approval of my nomination of David Cathan to the History and Archives Committee. I would just urge you to approve this. The reason why I wanted it on the non-consent agenda is because I wanted to discuss the issue, which I had wanted to talk about at the work session, of the idea that of residents serving on more than one committee, but there's no need to hold up this nomination tonight.
Yeah, as Jeff will point out that I was on the budget committee and the chair of the environment committee years ago.
Right, but there's a number of residents that are on more than one committee, but now is not the time to have a robust discussion about that.
No.
So, Council President Circo, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Council Member Barr, did you have anything else you wanted to say? Okay, thank you. Councilor Heller, do you have any questions?
No.
Council Member Kumar.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Rovak.
No, thanks.
Mr. Town Manager, did any resident or guest indicate they wish to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council, are you prepared to make a motion?
I move that we approve Mayor Slavin's nomination of David Cathan to the History and Archives Committee.
Is there a second? I heard Circo. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
I think it's unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations, David. Thank you for your service. And now our final item is the town manager's brief report that I hope we will do in
Yeah,
5
it'll
minutes or
only
less.
take me about 30 minutes, I think, tonight. So we just
Thank you, Matt.
no, I'll keep it very brief. If there's any specific items that you want to chat about staff goings on or staff projects, I'm happy to talk with that about you, or even give you a complete write up about it. The main thing I wanted to highlight is just that the budget talks are starting up, and I'm looking forward to that. Council members Kumar and Barr, I think, will be meeting with myself and some of the budget committee folks next week to give a first draft a look, and then in March we'll hold a series of whole council work sessions for introduction in April.
Okay, thank you. Council President Circa, do you have any burning questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Succinct.
Councilor Barr.
I'm still awake. Oh, sorry. Yes, I have no questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Kumar.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilor Rovak.
No questions.
Okay, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I really want to congratulate the 5 of you for your engagement and your questions and the outstanding way that you handled yourselves in this meeting. And I think we really move forward in so many ways as a town. And I will see everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll see you next Monday at, is it 5:30?
Think so.
Yes.
5:30. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Have a great evening.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.